Chapter 1054. Yi Shiwen, someone is following you. Yi Shiwen didn't intend to stay for a long time. In fact, he didn't even intend to continue watching the auction. Most of the bloodstones he had were used to buy this woman, although the remaining 2 million bloodstones were not a small amount. But according to the situation of these sea race's local tyrants, especially the people of the Sky Thundersea region, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get anything good, let alone the finale item. If it was just spirit crystals, he wasn't afraid. After so many years, he had accumulated a lot of spirit crystals. It was far from enough to buy bloodstones. So he didn't hesitate and walked out of the auction house with the woman. However, not long after leaving the auction house, he received Yi Mo's warning. Sure enough, he scanned with his spiritual senses. It didn't take long for him to discover 3 people following behind him. One of them was Yi Shiwen's old acquaintance, Huang Shi. Beside him, there were 2 Transcendent Realm 9th Level C clan men. They had been following Yi Shiwen from a distance. "You're seeking your own death." Yi Shiwen snorted coldly. He reached out and grabbed the woman's slender waist. Her silk-like skin was in his hands. He took a step and immediately flew out of Sky Thunder City. The woman's pretty face suddenly blushed, but she didn't struggle because she knew it was useless. How could she not know the purpose of these sea clan men to buy her back? It was the same for this person. In her opinion, there was no difference. After flying all the way out of Sky Thunder City, Yi Shiwen finally removed the disguise of the Sea Clan aura and revealed his original aura. You're not a Sea Clan." The woman was abnormally sensitive to the changes in Yi Shiwen's aura. She immediately reacted. Suddenly, a shocked expression appeared on her originally numb, pretty face. "Of course, I'm not a Sea Clan," said Yi Shiwen with a smile. "I'm just deceiving those guys. I have no choice. I can't rob them in front of everyone." The woman's small face suddenly blushed. It turns out that he is not a Sea Clan. After knowing that Yi Shiwen wasn't a member of the Sea race, this woman's impression of Yi Shiwen suddenly took a 180-degree turn. She was originally numb and disgusted with Yi Shiwen, but now her impression of Yi Shiwen had been completely reversed. Perhaps because she had misunderstood Yi Shiwen before and felt somewhat guilty, her impression of Yi Shiwen had soared. It was no wonder that Yi Shiwen had requested to unlock her scapulae. At that time, she didn't understand why, because it was very illogical. Just as the Sea Race youth had said, whether it was dual cultivation or refining human medicine, there was no difference whether she had scapulae or not. Especially when she thought of dual cultivation, her fair skin instantly turned red. Although it was a little strange that he had the means to disguise himself as a member of the Sea tribe, in the face of this sudden joy, these doubts were nothing. Those damn Sea race! When the woman thought of how she had been captured, she immediately gritted her snow-white teeth. "But for the time being, I can't do anything about the chains on your shoulder blades," said Yi Shiwen. Of course, it was not completely impossible. For example, the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber could definitely cut this chain. But the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber was his final trump card. He wouldn't take it out unless it was a critical moment, not to mention the woman in front of him whom he had just met for the first time. Moreover, he couldn't control the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber at all. It was fine to use it in battle, but if he wanted to control the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber to cut the chain, he was afraid that if he was not careful, he would also cut this woman in half. That would be really terrible. "Just because of this, I am already very grateful," said the woman. "By the way, I haven't asked you what's your name?" Yi Shiwen asked. Even the auction house didn't provide this information. After all, in their eyes, this woman in front of them was merely a tool for dual cultivation, or perhaps a human medicine. So it didn't matter whether they knew her name or not. "Yi Qianqian." The woman bit her lower lip slightly and said softly, "Yi Qianqian, good name. Your surname is Yi too?" "Haha, Maybe we were a family 500 years ago. My surname is also Yi Shiwen, said Yi Shiwen with a smile. He felt a little emotional in his heart, but he didn't expect that the woman in front of him actually had the same surname as him. However, he only felt a little emotional and didn't take it to heart. There were many people in this world with the same name, let alone the same surname. I thank young Master Yi for saving my life, said Yi Qianshan as she blinked her beautiful eyes. I can't just leave you in the lurch. These damn sea clans, I don't know how much blood of my clan has stained their hands. If I have the ability, sooner or later, I will wipe them out, said Yi Shiwen coldly. By the way, young Master Yi, be careful of the ambush of those people from Sky Thunder City. Yi Qianshan seemed to think of something and quickly reminded him. Actually, young Master Yi doesn't know. Yi Qianshan then told the story. It turned out that Yi Qianshan was caught by the city lord of Sky Thunder City. However, it was not in the blood world, but in the outside world. When Yi Qianshan went out to gain experience, she came to Sky Thunder Sea region. Who knew that she would encounter an accident and be caught by the city lord of Sky Thunder City in a despicable way? And this auction was simply organized by the city lord of Sky Thunder City. Selling her was purely a gimmick. No matter who bought her, he or she would be ambushed by the city lord of Sky Thunder City. Finally, he or she would be snatched back. She had experienced such things several times. Yi Shiwen only realized now. No wonder Lin Fenghua had a noble appearance and didn't compete with him. It turned out that this was a trap. This 9-in body source itself was a gimmick. No matter who bought it, he or she would be ambushed in the end. In the end, not only would he or she lose everything, but he or she would also lose their lives. No wonder Yi Qianshan looked at him as if she was looking at a dead person. It turned out that she already knew the conspiracy of those people in Sky Thunder City, but she didn't say anything. Generally speaking, in her heart, these people of the Sea Clan were jackals of the same lair. It was just a dog-eat-dog fight. No matter who won, she couldn't escape the fate of becoming a dual cultivation furnace. It didn't matter to her. If she didn't find out later that Yi Shiwen was a human, and he was trying to save her, she wouldn't have said anything at all. Yi Shiwen only understood the whole story now. Initially, he thought that Huang Shi and others who followed behind just wanted to ambush him because of the previous grievances. But now it seemed that it was not so simple. He was afraid that the entire Sky Thunder City was involved. No wonder the steward of the Sea Clan would rather be pinched to death by him than open Yi Qianshan's scapula. Previously, he said that he was afraid that Yi Qianshan would suddenly go crazy. It was all nonsense. It was because they never thought of letting Yi Qianshan go. If Yi Qianshan's scapula was opened, then there would be big trouble in the future. They wouldn't be able to catch Yi Qianshan at all. Although he hadn't seen Yi Qianshan's combat power at her peak, even Sky Thunder Sea region spent a lot of effort in order to catch her. They suffered heavy losses, which was enough to show that Yi Qianshan wasn't simple. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The others had already schemed against him. How could he swallow his anger? They are just seeking their own deaths. Yi Shiwen immediately stopped hesitating. He directly pressed the escape light and landed in a valley. He said, "You stay here first. I will go and get rid of the people behind us first." He didn't choose to keep Yi Qianshan in the Tianyuan mirror because he wasn't familiar with it. In a place like the Blood World, or even in the entire ancient Barrens continent, he had no friends or relatives. It was always right to be cautious. He didn't want to expose the Tianyuan mirror because, once it was exposed, it would definitely shock the world. Generally, a storage artifact could only store some inanimate objects. It was impossible to store living things, not to mention something like the Tianyuan mirror, which could almost form a world and develop independently. If it was exposed, Yi Shiwen would definitely face great danger. An artifact that could form a world would definitely be coveted by countless experts. Maybe even experts above the law manifestation realm would be attracted. He couldn't take this risk. After arranging the array for Yi Qianshan, Yi Shiwen immediately returned quietly. Hey, where did that guy go? Why is he gone? Huang Shi and the other two chased into a mountain range, but they found that they had lost track of Yi Shiwen. Because Yi Shiwen didn't speed up previously, they were able to follow behind Yi Shiwen. They also thought that they hadn't been discovered by Yi Shiwen, so they followed him all the way. However, when they arrived at this mountain range, they suddenly found that Yi Shiwen had disappeared from their divine senses. They couldn't find him, so they suddenly became a little nervous. Damn it, could it be that he found us? A Sea Clan expert behind Huang Shi said angrily, "It shouldn't be. We have been following him from a distance. Even if we use our divine senses, we can only scan his afterimage. He can't possibly find us." Another one said, "It's just that if we go back like this, I'm afraid City Lord Lin won't be able to pass. City Lord Lin specifically ordered us to keep an eye on this guy and see where he is staying. He will then bring a large number of experts to encircle us. Search. I don't believe that this guy can still run away with a woman with her scapulae locked," Huang Shi said in a flustered and exasperated manner. After suffering a loss in Yi Shiwen's hands, he lost his usual calmness. His heart was filled with brutality, and he hated Yi Shiwen to the core. Yes, the two Sea Clan experts quickly said yes. At this moment, suddenly, a sharp sound came from a distance, followed by an amazing sword aura appearing in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 1055. The sword light cut through the sky and directly penetrated the neck of a transcendent realm 9th level expert with lightning speed. Puff! A flower of blood bloomed. The transcendent realm 9th level expert was pierced before he could react. His body fell directly from midair, and his vitality was severed. Who? This accident came too quickly. Huang Shi only had time to yell, but he had no time to assist the transcendent realm 9th level expert. Although part of the reason was that he was caught off guard, he was still unable to react with his cultivation. It could be seen how fast that sword was. In other words, if he was the target of that sword just now, he might have died under that sword. Swish! Another amazing sword light swept from midair. Puff! Another flower of blood bloomed. Another transcendent realm 9th level expert fell under the sword. Who? Huang Shi began to feel a little nervous and afraid at this time. An invisible enemy was the most terrifying. In his eyes, a cyan figure slowly appeared in front of him. It was Yi Shiwen. His pupils shrank faintly because of fear. He knew very well that Yi Shiwen's strength was above him. After the previous battle, he also understood that he was not Yi Shiwen's opponent. But it was precisely because of this that he was so frightened at this time. He thought of a possibility, and that was death. This was not Sky Thunder City, where he could call a lot of helpers at any time. In this barren mountain, apart from the blood beast, he was the only one. Yi Shiwen, why did you attack us? Are you going to fall out with our Sky Thunder City? Aren't you afraid of being endlessly hunted by us? At this time, Huang Shi forced himself to calm down and threatened Yi Shiwen. Why do you think I attacked you? I have already seen through all your conspiracies. You still want to scheme against me? You're courting death, said Yi Shiwen with a sneer. Ew. No, you're not a Sea Clan. You're a human. Huang Shi just wanted to continue talking, but he suddenly noticed that Yi Shiwen's aura was different. Without concealing, Yi Shiwen's human aura was obvious. It was completely different from the Sea Clan's slightly watery and salty aura. Isn't it a bit too late to know now? Yi Shiwen sneered and said. Huang Shi suddenly broke into a cold sweat. He finally realized that he had missed something. However, the most terrifying thing was that Yi Shiwen was a human being. He thought of the many years of battles between humans and sea race. He thought of the human race forces that had been annihilated in the Sky Thundersea region. There were still a large number of human slaves in the Sky Thundersea region. He thought of their fates. He didn't know why, but at this moment he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Aren't you guys very arrogant? Now, I will show you the means of my human race. Yi Shiwen indifferently said, You can't do this. Lin Fenghua will soon bring a lot of people here. If you don't leave now, you will definitely die. Huang Shi said quickly. Although he hated Yi Shiwen and wanted to tear him into pieces, he still chose to let himself live in the face of life and death. As for finding trouble with Yi Shiwen and seeking revenge, in his opinion, there was plenty of time. There was no need to rush. Don't worry. After killing you, he can forget about running away. All those who schemed against me, don't even think about running away. Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. Huang Shi was almost scared to death. Is this guy crazy? Forget about wanting to kill him. He even schemed against Lin Fenghua. He was very clear about Lin Fenghua's strength. Even he was not a match for her. It was because of this understanding that he felt that Yi Shiwen was crazy to have such a crazy idea. Most importantly, Lin Fenghua would bring a lot of half-step law manifestation realm experts. He actually dared to scheme against Lin Fenghua. He must be crazy. Thinking that he actually schemed against a madman, he suddenly felt very sad. But he was not a person who would wait for death without a fight. Suddenly, a sword light appeared in his hand and slashed towards Yi Shiwen in front of him. This sword contained all the brilliance of his sword. It didn't look like an ordinary sword. It directly slashed down. The sword light directly slashed through the heaven and earth and directly slashed down. In just an instant, it had already rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen just sneered. The sword light in his hand instantly burst into a huge light shadow and blasted toward the sword aura that was slashing down. Boom! The two sword auras collided and directly blasted out a power that blotted out the sky. The power of the fight between two half-step law manifestation realm experts was naturally terrifying. The storm that swept out directly blew several surrounding mountains to the ground. Yi Shiwen's sword light was stronger. It directly smashed Huang Shi's sword light and went all the way up. Bang! Although the sword light had weakened a lot when it slashed Huang Shi's body, it was still enough to seriously injure Huang Shi. Puff! His body flew out upside down, and a mouthful of blood sprayed into the sky. His strength was far from Yi Shiwen's. Before entering the Transcendent Realm 8th level, Yi Shiwen was already able to behead an expert of this level. Not to mention now, Huang Shi's strength was not the same as before. Huang Shi was even less of an opponent. Yi Shiwen stepped out and instantly chased after him. The sword light in his hand had already condensed. Yi Shiwen, even if I have to die, I want you to die with me. Huang Shi yelled. The long sword in his hand instantly tore the sky at a terrifying speed. The strange sword light almost killed him in an instant. He burned his own blood essence in exchange for an instant boost in combat power. He wanted to drag Yi Shiwen down with him. Boom! The sword light only slashed on a cluster of golden light. This cluster of golden light completely wrapped Yi Shiwen in it. Although the sword light was fast, it could not penetrate the blockade of this layer of golden light. Huang Shi's sword light was swallowed by the god contained in the divinity. You want to scheme against me? You are still far from it. Yi Shiwen shouted coldly. Countless sword lights burst out in his hand, condensing into a huge light sword in midair. It expanded against the wind and then slashed down. Puff! Huang Shi was pierced on the spot. The sword light brought his corpse directly to the ground, nailing him to the ground. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the bloody smell permeated the air. It was a boundless world of blood. In less than a quarter of an hour, 7 to 8 silhouettes descended at a high speed and then stopped. Each of these silhouettes was as tall as a mountain and contained a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The person in the lead was none other than Lin Fenghua. Not long after the auction ended, Lin Fenghua chased after Huang Shi with his men at full speed. However, he was not afraid of Huang Shi's accident. Instead, he was afraid that Yi Shiwen would run away. Although Huang Shi was not Yi Shiwen's opponent, in Lin Fenghua's opinion, Huang Shi should be able to keep an eye on Yi Shiwen from a distance. They're all dead, Lin Fenghua said with a gloomy face. There were 3 corpses on the ground. Yi Shiwen seemed to have left in a hurry and did not have time to clean them up. Damn, Huang Shi must have been discovered by that kid. Lin Fenghua said coldly, What should we do? It's fine if we can't get that kid's wealth. That sword is nothing. But if we lose that woman, Hao Tsang will not let it go. Behind Lin Fenghua, there was a person who was almost on par with him. His status was not much lower than Lin Fenghua's. Everyone was a little indifferent because this Hao Tsang was none other than the current city, Lord of Sky Thunder City. Everyone was very clear that that woman was used by Hao Tsang to break through the realm. If he could not successfully enter the half-step law phase late stage this time, then the pure primordial yin in this woman's body would be the key to breaking through. Once Hao Tsang knew that this woman was lost by them, everyone could imagine the anger in his heart. Even in the Sky Thunder Sea region, Hao Tsang was outstanding. Just like young Master Sea Dragon in the flourished Cloud Sea region, he was above everyone. Everyone could not imagine how terrifying Hao Tsang's expression would be when he was enraged. Chase, no matter what, we must catch up with them. Otherwise, if Hao Tsang gets angry, you should be very clear about the consequences. Lin Fenghua said with a slight frown. As for the 3 corpses lying on the ground, everyone did not even look at them. It was as if they did not care at all. In other words, people who were already dead were not worthy of their attention. The strength of the Sky Thunder Sea region is indeed extraordinary. Just the people brought by Lin Fenghua are far more powerful than those from the flourished Cloud City. In a valley, Yi Shiwen looked at the people in the sky and muttered to himself. Beside him was Yi Qianqian, whose scapula was locked. At this time, she was just sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly recovering some of her vitality. In the past, when she was in the hands of the Sea Clan of Sky Thunder City, she was not even allowed to recover her vitality. Basically, there was only a little bit of qi left in her body for survival. Every once in a while, a part of qi would be extracted by someone to prevent her from running away. Now that she was here with Yi Shiwen, she naturally did not have to worry so much. In fact, being locked by the scapula might not be hopeless. Some powerful people, even if their scapula was locked, could still use qi to break the chain and escape. Because of this, the qi in her body would be extracted every once in a while. They are just some snakes and rats. Yi Qianqian said faintly, as if she did not care about these people. Chapter 1056. They are just some pests. Yi Qianqian said faintly, as if she did not care about these people. Yi Shiwen could tell that it was not because she was plotted against and captured by these people that she said so angrily, but because she really did not care about them. She really did not care about them. That kind of pride that came from the bones. Yi Shiwen didn't respond. He just looked at the higher-ups of Sky Thunder City in the sky. He didn't rush up rashly. If the legendary city Lord of Sky Thunder City appeared among these people, then he wouldn't rush out rashly. Since he knew that there was no chance of winning, there was no need to fight them head-on. I will go and get rid of these pests. Yi Shiwen said faintly, Chase, we must catch up with them before they leave. They fought with Huang Shi here, so they must have been delayed. If we catch up now, we should still be able to catch up, said Lin Fenghua. At this time, he could no longer maintain his usual calm appearance. It could even be said that he was a little flustered and exasperated. The reason was very simple. It was because he was the one who decided to sell Yi Qianqian out and deceive people again. He could completely imagine how furious Hao Tsang would be if Yi Qianqian went missing. At that time, even he could not bear the possible consequences. These top half-step law manifestation realm masters did not stop at all. Their figures directly flew out. Boom! With a loud explosion, They directly rushed into a formation. "Oh no!" Lin Fenghua suddenly shouted. "We are ambushed! Everyone be careful!" "Who is it? Come out! Who is so bold to even dare to ambush people of Sky, Thunder City? Do you want to die? Do you know who we are? Who am I? Aren't you looking for me?" Yi Shiwen sneered and appeared from the void. "Yi Shiwen, it's actually you. After you killed Huang Shi, you actually did not leave." Lin Fenghua looked at Yi Shiwen coldly and said, he really did not expect that the person who intercepted them here would actually be Yi Shiwen. After Yi Shiwen killed Huang Shi, it could be said that he had shed all pretense of cordiality with Sky Thunder City. If he didn't run away now, would he stay and be killed by these people from Sky Thunder City? At this time, he thought that he had somewhat understood Yi Shiwen. It turned out that Yi Shiwen had laid out these arrays to kill us and the others. However, he had thought too simply of himself. "Scoundrel, you're courting death. Are you tired of living?" The experts of the Sky, Lightning, Sea region roared in anger. They had always been the ones chasing others. When had they ever been chased by others? Even if it was just a formality, it was still unacceptable to them. "Do you think this kind of formation can trap us?" As Lin Fenghua spoke, he looked at the Dharma arrays floating in the air around him. He had seen many of these Dharma arrays. He had even seen and heard of Dharma arrays that could kill Transcendence, realm experts. There was no lack of such Dharma arrays in their forces. If a Transcendence realm expert was not careful, he could be killed on the spot. However, they had been meticulously laid out for a long time. It could even be said that they had spent countless efforts. How could this kind of Dharma array that was laid out in a hurry be comparable? This kind of Dharma array that was laid out in a hurry might be more than enough to deal with Transcendent Realm warriors. However, it seemed too childish and ridiculous to deal with these half-step Transcendence Realm experts. "Where's that woman? Where did you take her? As long as you hand her over, we can forgive your crimes," said Lin Fenghua. In his opinion, the purpose of delaying was to find Yi Qianshan. As for forgiving Yi Shiwen, please, he was just saying it. He didn't even take it to heart. This guy killed someone from Sky Thunder City, and he was even a half-step Transcendence Realm Deputy City Lord. How could he let him go so easily? After Yi Shiwen handed over Yi Qianshan, he would let him die without a burial place. As for this Dharma array, he didn't take it to heart at all. Tisk! Yi Shiwen sneered. "Please, use your brain before you speak. Do you believe such words yourself?" said Yi Shiwen with a sneer. Lin Fenghua's stingy expression suddenly turned gloomy. Although he didn't even believe those words, he still felt a little embarrassed after hearing Yi Shiwen's words. "Do you really think that this Dharma array can trap and kill us?" said Lin Fenghua disdainfully. "Do you think you can guess the strength of a half-step Transcendence Realm expert? That's ridiculous. Today, I'll show you what it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well. That's right. In our eyes, you're just a slightly bigger ant. At this time, you don't want to escape, and you actually dare to ambush us. You're really tired of living. That's right. You've probably lived for too long." Yi Shiwen's ears were filled with the sneers and curses of these Sky Thunder City experts. Their gazes were fixed on Yi Shiwen. They were only afraid that he would escape. By then, they wouldn't care about this Dharma array at all. "Who told you that this Dharma array is used to trap and kill you?" said Yi Shiwen with a sneer. Obviously, he was also very clear that this Dharma array was temporarily set up. It could barely deal with those Transcendent Realm warriors, but it was impossible to deal with half-step Transcendence Realm experts. In particular, he wasn't very good at Dharma array. It was simply impossible to set up an earth-shattering Dharma array in a short period of time. "Then, why did you still set up this Dharma array? It's ridiculous." Lin Fenghua also tore off all his hypocritical face. There was a somewhat hideous expression on his face. He didn't try to break this Dharma array because, in his opinion, there was no need at all. It was just a matter of minutes to destroy it. I set up this Dharma array just because I'm afraid that you'll run away, said Yi Shiwen with a smile. It's rare that so many of you are here. If I can't capture all of you in one fell swoop, how regretful it would be. Haha, did I just hear a joke? How arrogant. As the saying goes, if the heavens want to destroy a man, it will first make him crazy. Yi Shiwen's words immediately attracted the ridicule of many experts from Sky Thunder City. Originally, I entered Sky Thunder City just to take a short break. I didn't want to have a conflict with you, but you are too arrogant. You don't know what's good for you to plot against me. Don't blame me then, said Yi Shiwen faintly. As soon as his voice fell, his figure instantly flew out. He directly turned into a golden light and rushed into the Dharma array. He was like a golden god, instantly rushing in front of these experts from Sky Thunder City. An earth-level magic sword appeared in his hand. Without saying a word, he directly slashed out 2 terrifying sword lights. Those experts from Sky Thunder City didn't expect Yi Shiwen to actually make a move. They were immediately caught off guard. Or it could be said that even if they thought of it, it was useless because Yi Shiwen was faster than they thought. 2 experts of half-step law phase initial couldn't react at all. They were slashed in the air on the spot. Blood directly splashed out, and their spirit was instantly crushed. They died tragically on the spot. At this time, everyone seemed to have finally reacted. Everyone be careful. This guy is fierce, Lin Fenghua quickly shouted. Damn it. At this time, the expert behind Lin Fenghua, who was not much weaker than her, finally exerted his strength. He suddenly stomped his feet and instantly spread out circles of the power of thunder and lightning. He actually directly used his domain. He blasted a punch in front of Yi Shiwen. This was precisely when Yi Shiwen just waved his sword and had not had time to turn around. It could be said to be exquisite to the extreme. His combat experience was also unusually rich. Yi Shiwen almost fell into the domain of thunder and lightning in an instant. In this domain, this expert from Sky Thunder Sea region was the only master, the master of thunder and lightning. In his fist technique, there was endless terrifying thunder and lightning, and he struck out a terrifying and boundless strength. The wind of the fist whistled, and Yi Shiwen could still feel the terrifying fist strength even though he was far away. When the wind blew, his skin was in pain. Especially in this domain of thunder and lightning, it was his domain. So his speed suddenly increased by many times, and in an instant he had already rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. Trying to plot against me, Yi Shiwen sneered, although he had already brandished his sword and hadn't recovered his strength, but his other hand was empty. The 5 fingers of his left hand clenched into a fist, and immediately the power of countless stars instantly condensed, forming a huge star in his hand. His fist intent spread out, almost turning the nearby void into a universe, and he was the only true god in this universe, the master of the entire universe. Boom! 2 huge fists collided fiercely on the spot, and a terrifying storm swept up countless thunder and lightning, spreading out in an instant. It was really an earth-shattering explosion. The terrifying collision directly set off a small mushroom cloud, annihilating atoms, causing the space to tremble violently and twist wildly. Ah! The expert let out a shocking scream. His entire arm was bombarded by Yi Shiwen in an instant, and the terrifying power of the stars blasted along his arm all the way to his body. Bang! He was directly blasted out on the spot, and a mouthful of blood suddenly sprayed out. Everyone was dumbfounded because this expert was the second expert in the Amen sect after Lin Fenghua. He was also an expert who had just entered the half-step law manifestation realm middle stage. He could be called an invincible expert, but he couldn't even take a punch from Yi Shiwen and was blasted out. Yi Shiwen just sneered. Wasn't competing with him in terms of physical strength? Wasn't that courting death? If Yi Shiwen only relied on a realm that was much higher than Yi Shiwen to forcibly suppress him, then Yi Shiwen might have to go through a lot of trouble to fight. But this kind of direct, face-to-face collision was really courting death. Chapter 1057. Yi Shiwen just sneered and looked at the guy who was blasted away by him. What a fool! The Heavenly Thunder Realm experts were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What kind of situation is this? Is this guy in front of me just a transcendent Realm 8th level guy? Why do I feel that he is more terrifying than a half-step law manifestation Realm late expert? Even a half-step transcendence Realm expert wouldn't be able to blast his arm and send him flying with just one punch. I didn't want to go on a killing spree, but I have no choice against some people, said Yi Shiwen emotionally. At this time, Yi Shiwen's figure had disappeared in front of everyone. When he reappeared, he had already rushed in front of these half-step law manifestation realm early experts. These experts seemed to have towering bodies like mountains, but they were trembling at this time. Yi Shiwen's prowess was completely beyond their imagination. Although they had received news that Huang Shi was defeated by Yi Shiwen, it was just a defeat. It did not mean that Yi Shiwen could kill Huang Shi. In other words, in their opinion, Yi Shiwen was at most at the same level as them. Coupled with the two half-step law manifestation realm intermediate experts, it was useless even if Yi Shiwen was a transcendent realm 8th level expert. It was impossible to escape. But now they found that the situation was completely different. The hunter and the prey had completely reversed. They used Yi Shiwen as the prey in the dark, but he had completely become the hunter who wanted to hunt them down. They thought that they were the hunters, but now they had become the prey. Yi Shiwen's whole body was wrapped in golden divinity. Looking from a distance, he was like a god of war made of gold. He directly rushed into these half-step law manifestation realm early experts. Puff! A half-step law manifestation realm expert had no time to prepare at all. He resisted, but he couldn't keep up with Yi Shiwen's speed. Yi Shiwen slashed him in the air and blasted him into two pieces. His health fell rapidly. How could this be? Lin Fenghua looked at Yi Shiwen's massacre. He almost couldn't react. He couldn't believe it. Yi Shiwen was just a transcendent realm 8th level. Under normal circumstances, he might not even look at him. Yet he could massacre his team. It was like a dream, and it was a nightmare that he couldn't wake up from. One had to know that these people were the elites amongst the elites of the Heavenly Lightning Sea region. Every single one of them was a top-notch genius who had experienced countless battles. Ordinary people could not even enter their eyes. They were definitely the top existences in the Sky Lightning Sea region. Even he could not casually berate them. Other than Hao Tsang, he would not care about anyone else's words. In the Sky Thunder Sea region, he was the most direct opponent. No one knew better than him how powerful they were. Although they were not his match now, they were all geniuses. They could reach the sky in a single step at any time. If they entered the intermediate stage of the law phase realm, they would be on equal footing with him. He himself had to work hard at all times to prevent these people from catching up to him from being slaughtered like chickens and dogs. Who the hell is this guy? How can he be so powerful? You actually dared to kill so many of our experts in the Sky Thunder Sea region. Do you want to die? You're finished. Not only you, but even your relatives and friends will die because of your stupid decision. Lin Fenghua yelled and roared like a madman. How stupid, said Yi Shiwen with a disdainful sneer. Do you think you still have a chance to escape? As for the revenge of the Sky Thunder Sea region, he was not worried at all. As long as these people could not escape, the news would not be leaked. Moreover, he was like a duckweed in the ancient Barrens continent without any foothold. He could just leave at any time. What was there to worry about? Puff! Puff! Wherever Yi Shiwen's long sword passed, the usually majestic and domineering early-stage experts of the half-step transcendence realm were no different from ants in his hands. They were all killed with one strike of his sword. Most importantly, Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast. It was as if he was killing them at a fixed location. He was a very precise killing machine. They couldn't even react in time. Or rather, Yi Shiwen's long sword had already pierced into their throats before they could react. In Yi Shiwen's hands, they were no different from the transcendent realm warriors. Although Yi Shiwen did not unfurl his demon's wings, his speed was already terrifying enough for them. Damn it! Stop! Stop! At this time, Lin Fenghua hurriedly shouted. However, it was too late. Other than him, everyone else had already fallen under Yi Shiwen's sword. For the first time, he realized that when one's speed was raised to the extreme, it would be such a terrifying thing. The average person's speed was very fast, but their strength was inevitably lacking. Therefore, for those with tyrannical physical bodies, although fast people were troublesome, it was only troublesome. As long as they were careful, they wouldn't be a fatal threat. However, Yi Shiwen was different. His speed was extremely fast, and his strength was even more terrifying. As long as one was targeted by him, there was no possibility of escaping. In the valley below, Yi Qianqian looked at Yi Shiwen, who was slaughtering in the sky. Although her cultivation was sealed, her realm was still there. Although the valley was far away from Yi Shiwen's battlefield, with her eyesight, she could still clearly see what was happening in the battlefield. She was even clearer than the Sky Thunder City's experts present. She was also secretly shocked. Who is this Yi Shiwen? Which family cultivated him? As a matter of fact, she didn't care about the experts in the sea region at all. No matter how high their realm was, she wouldn't care about them. In her eyes, if they were in the same realm, she could slaughter them like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Therefore, in order to capture her back then, the Sky Thunder Sea region had put in a lot of effort. Although Yi Shiwen was slaughtering as if the Sky Thunder City's experts were weak, she could clearly see that it wasn't that the Sky Thunder City's experts were too weak, but Yi Shiwen was too strong. Even an ordinary half-step to Law Manifestation Realm late-stage expert couldn't slaughter these half-step to Law Manifestation Realm late-stage experts as easily as Yi Shiwen, because they didn't have Yi Shiwen's speed and strength. All these determined that Yi Shiwen was invincible in the same realm. He could even kill those who were in a higher realm. This was Yi Shiwen's most powerful point. However, she didn't believe that a place called the Flourished Cloud Sea region could give birth to such a person. Such a person was more like a famous genius in the ancient Barrens continent. In midair, the battle between Yi Shiwen and Lin Fenghua had just begun. Damn it! Lin Fenghua didn't say anything. She directly expanded her domain, which was also a thunder domain. In an instant, the entire world seemed to have turned into a world of thunder and lightning. A huge force field of thunder and lightning formed instantly, enveloping the entire world in the sky. His thunder and lightning world was different from the previous person. It didn't focus on speed but on control. Moreover, it was more tyrannical. Die! Lin Fenghua directly grabbed a handful of thunder and lightning in the air and struck it directly at Yi Shiwen. Boom! The thunder and lightning split the world, intending to strike Yi Shiwen to death. Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid at all. A sword light burst out from his sword, dispersing the thunder and lightning that struck down. The thunder and lightning in the sea of thunder and lightning that filled the sky were like electric snakes that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they pounced towards Yi Shiwen. It's just a small trick. Yi Shiwen was fearless. The thunder and lightning sea in the sky was not a deterrent to him at all. For someone like him, who had a slim chance of surviving the Retribution Transcendence, this level of thunder and lightning sea was nothing compared to what he had to face during the Retribution Transcendence. At most, it was just to the extent of scratching an itch. Every pore on his body was opening, spewing out waves of sword aura, which turned into small swords. In an instant, it formed a sword aura storm, sweeping in all directions, protecting Yi Shiwen. The thunder and lightning sea had no way to approach Yi Shiwen's body. Whoosh! Lin Fenghua held a thunderbolt in her hand and rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. In a flash, the thunderbolt turned into a sword, then into a blade, and then into a spear. There were hundreds of changes, and there was no fixed form at all. In this way, it was even more difficult to fathom, because every weapon's Tao was different, and so were their attacking styles. I don't care what martial arts you have. Break it all for me. Yi Shiwen sneered and immediately blasted a punch. His fist was covered with golden divinities, and a terrifying golden fist energy swept out. The mighty golden fist energy broke through the sky and rushed out fiercely. Rumble! Yi Shiwen's fist energy directly tore the lightning apart. Immediately afterward, the golden fist energy instantly turned into a golden god and directly blasted out another punch. Boom! All the defenses that Lin Fenghua had set up were also torn apart in an instant. His thunder and lightning domain was also torn apart in an instant. Bang! The fist energy fell on his body, and his body directly flew out. He finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Boom! His body directly crashed into a mountain, directly blasting the huge mountain, and his body directly fell to the fracture point. This blow obviously directly injured him. Chapter 1058. Lin Fenghua was severely injured by Yi Shiwen at the start of the fight. It was completely different from what he had imagined. In other words, when Yi Shiwen was dealing with Huang Shui, he did not use his full strength, so Lin Fenghua somewhat underestimated him. Lin Fenghua thought that he could deal with Yi Shiwen, so he rashly brought people here. But even so, he still brought a number of half-step law manifestation realm experts. This thought could not be said to be careless and meticulous. However, he misjudged Yi Shiwen's strength from the beginning. On the basis of this wrong estimation, no matter how careful he was, it was useless, because he was fundamentally wrong. Many people who had fought with Yi Shiwen had more or less suffered a big loss from him. No matter how they overestimated Yi Shiwen's strength, when they finally fought, they would find that Yi Shiwen seemed to be stronger than they imagined. In the end, they often suffered a big loss and died in Yi Shiwen's hands. Lin Fenghua no longer had his previous graceful demeanor. He had been forced into a desperate situation by Yi Shiwen. For him, there was no room for retreat. Along with his loud roar, those thunder and lightning instantly jumped into his body like an electric snake. Countless thunder and lightning power rampaged inside his body, and the vigorous Zhenyuan inside his body suddenly boiled up. Although he had been seriously injured by Yi Shiwen, but the Zhenyuan inside his body had not been consumed much. At this time, the benefits of having a high cultivation level were fully reflected. Under the stimulation of thunder and lightning, he forcibly suppressed the injuries in his body, almost overdrawing his life. But now he had no other choice. Under the stimulation of thunder and lightning, his speed suddenly increased a lot. He grabbed a thunder and lightning in his hand and directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen. With a wave of his hand, a dense thunder net would be formed and shrouded Yi Shiwen. It was abnormally sharp, covering Yi Shiwen from top to bottom. Under the stimulation of the thunder and lightning, Lin Fenghua's strength was actually close to Yi Shiwen's level. One had to know that Yi Shiwen's current combat strength was probably close to the peak of the half-step law phase realm intermediate stage. Even if he could not defeat a half-step law phase realm intermediate stage expert, he was still very confident that he could escape unscathed. Lin Fenghua could only be considered an ordinary expert at the mid-stage of the half-step law phase realm. Her increase in strength was especially obvious. Even if she overdraft her life force, it was still shocking. Thunder technique? In front of me, these are just insignificant tricks. Let me show you my domain. Yi Shiwen sneered. He suddenly stamped his foot, and a circle of energy ripples swept out. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Then, the power of countless thunder and lightning appeared out of thin air. In addition, countless wind whistled over. This was Yi Shiwen's trump card. He would rarely use it under normal circumstances. He would only use it at the most critical moment. But now, he did not want to continue to delay. He wanted to end the battle quickly and defeat Lin Fenghua. Lin Fenghua was a little stunned. This was actually a domain of the power of wind and thunder. Moreover, in terms of the cultivation of the thunder technique, it seemed that Yi Shiwen was actually more powerful than him. After Yi Shiwen cast out his own domain, it immediately collided with Lin Fenghua's domain. Although there was no way to completely destroy Lin Fenghua's domain, at least Yi Shiwen would not be affected by Lin Fenghua's domain if he stood in his own domain. Yi Shiwen's strength showed a visible improvement. In other words, Yi Shiwen's strength that was previously suppressed by the domain suddenly burst out. Only a domain could resist a domain. Even if these were just fake domains, it was much more tyrannical than no domain at all. Yi Shiwen raised his hand, and the power of wind and thunder gathered together majestically. It seemed as if they had received some kind of command and transformed into a long river of wind and thunder power. The entire world seemed to be buzzing and distorting. Buzz! This long river of the power of wind and thunder swept out directly and attacked Lin Fenghua's domain. The power of thunder in Lin Fenghua's domain not only had no way to stop the attack of Yi Shiwen's long river of the power of wind and thunder, but it was also absorbed and turned into a part of the long river of the power of wind and thunder. Boom! 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 The long river of the power of wind and thunder broke into the domain. Every small distance, there was a layer of defense. However, there was no way to stop the crazy destruction of the power of wind and thunder. Most importantly, the power of thunder could also become the supplement of the long river of the power of wind and thunder. This was reflected in the thunder technique. Yi Shiwen's comprehension and cultivation were also far above Lin Fenghua's. Although the place where Lin Fenghua cultivated was the Sky Thundersea region, Yi Shiwen's cultivation environment was even more cruel because he had to face the test of heaven's retribution. If he was not careful, he would be split in half by the heaven's retribution. Although he had not been to the Sky Thundersea region, he did not care about the natural thunder retribution in the Sky Thundersea region. That was because the thunder retribution he had to face was 10 times or even 100 times more terrifying than these natural thunder retribution. He had even survived the heaven's retribution. What was so scary about a mere thunder technique? It could not even get close to him. If it was not for the fact that he did not want to attract attention in the Sky Thunder City, Huangshi would not have caused any problems for him at all. The long river of thunder that Yi Shiwen blasted out quickly shattered all of Lin Fenghua's defenses. This was the so-called oppressive force. Yi Shiwen just fell down fiercely. Damn it! Lin Fenghua gritted her teeth and cursed. She condensed countless thunder and lightning and blasted out another punch. It collided with the long river of thunder and lightning. She wanted to forcibly take Yi Shiwen's attack. Bang! There was a violent explosion. Lin Fenghua retreated repeatedly. The countless thunder snakes on his body were almost shattered. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. The violent collision just now had directly made him unable to suppress his injury and directly relapsed. But at this time, he simply couldn't care so much. His expression was unsightly, and he bit the blood stains on his lips. The power of thunder and lightning on his body swept up many thunder and lightning dragons, roaring and twisting together, forming a huge storm. Then he rushed towards Yi Shiwen fiercely. Myriad Tao in the world, orthodox thunder technique. With a roar, his entire body seemed to explode all of a sudden. Within his body, there were only countless crackling thunderbolts left. It was unknown how his entire body had been ravaged by the thunderbolts, but it had become even more terrifying. Boom! He casually blasted out a punch, and the thunder and lightning seemed to engulf the world. Countless blood qi in the surrounding evaporated. Even the space crazily distorted, forming circles of ripples. Countless thunder snakes danced wildly, illuminating the sky as if it was daytime. The thunder of the thunder snakes instantly expelled the eternal blood color in this world, and suddenly covered the entire world. He was truly furious. At the same time, he wanted to survive. Even if he would be severely injured because of this, it was better than being killed by Yi Shiwen. At the same time, there was also a kind of obsession in his heart. He had never seen such a terrifying, transcendent realm expert. Even a half-step law manifestation intermediate expert, like him, was not Yi Shiwen's opponent. Although his strength was not considered outstanding among the half-step law manifestation intermediate experts, he was not ordinary either. However, he still suffered a huge loss in Yi Shiwen's hands. Once such a person was let go, it would definitely be a huge trouble for the entire Sky Thunder City. For him, it would be a disaster. At this time, he no longer had the time to regret why he provoked this malefic person. At this time, all his thoughts were to defeat Yi Shiwen and let him die without a burial place. In the valley, countless thunder snakes danced in the sky. Yi Qianqian only looked at this scene indifferently. It seemed that there was no change in her because of it. She was just curious to see how Yi Shiwen would deal with it. I'm the authentic thunder technique. Using thunder technique in front of me is like showing off your slight skill in front of an expert, said Yi Shiwen confidently. In order to cultivate the lightning wings to its peak, his understanding of thunder technique could be said to be far beyond everyone's imagination. Although the lightning wings were only a part of the demon wings level of cultivation, the fact that it could be incorporated into the demon wings showed how difficult it was to cultivate the lightning wings. However, he had still successfully stepped into the peak of the lightning wings. One could imagine his attainments in the lightning technique. At this time, it was not wrong to call himself the authentic thunder technique. He casually grabbed a handful of thunder and lightning. In his domain of wind and lightning power, all the wind and lightning power was dominated by him. It was as if his whole body was integrated into these thunder and lightning. Suddenly, a pair of wind and lightning wings appeared behind him and flapped. Boom! Endless power raged, and the wind and lightning power hit Lin Fenghua's body. Puchi! Lin Fenghua suddenly screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured by Yi Shiwen again. This time he could no longer suppress the injuries on his body. Lin Fenghua, where is that woman? Suddenly, a violent roar came from the sky. Hao Tsong! This name suddenly appeared in Yi Shiwen's mind. However, his movement was not slow. His figure directly appeared in the sky above Lin Fenghua, and he suddenly stomped his feet. Bang! Yi Shiwen's terrifying power hit Lin Fenghua's body, and his body was trampled into two halves in the air. Who are you? You actually killed Lin Fenghua. That ruthless voice suddenly appeared not far away, and there was a tinge of astonishment and brutality in its tone. Chapter 1059. Then, a ray of blood shot out from Yi Shiwen's body and swept away all the corpses in an instant. Who are you? How dare you kill Lin Fenghua? That ruthless voice suddenly appeared not far away, and there was a tinge of astonishment and brutality in its tone. Yi Shiwen looked up and saw a tyrannical aura approaching from afar, and instantly rushed over. This person was about 27 or 28 years old. He had fair skin, but there was a somewhat fierce look on his face. He seemed to be in disbelief, but also had a somewhat murderous look on his face. There was a kind of power in his body that even Yi Shiwen felt was terrifying. It was unfathomable. Although he had not entered the half-step law phase late stage, he was far stronger than the average half-step law phase middle stage experts. It could even be said that he could easily kill 8 or 10 experts who had just entered the half-step law phase middle stage that Yi Shiwen had killed previously. From this, one could see how terrifying this person was. There was only one name in Yi Shiwen's mind, and that was Hao Tsong. Only Hao Tsong met the above conditions. Hao Tsong. Yi Shiwen revealed the person's identity. That's right, I am Hao Tsang. Who are you? Hao Tsang looked at Yi Shiwen coldly. His body stood still, and the slight shock on his face disappeared. His aura was as steady as a mountain and unusually terrifying. As for Lin Fenghua, who had just been killed by Yi Shiwen, he did not seem to be too interested in her. Yi Shiwen did not hide and said indifferently, "You are quite brave. Do you know that the people you killed are enough to make the overlord of the Sky Thunder Sea region chase you to the ends of the earth?" Hao Tsang sneered. "You can try. You have to be able to find me." Yi Shiwen said indifferently, "There were too many sea regions in the blood world. Otherwise, how could it be called the Endless Sea region? There were countless sea regions in the North, South, East, and West Seas. There were countless experts among them. Even if they wanted to find him for revenge, they had to be able to find out where he came from. Moreover, could they even find out where he was in the true martial domain? Hence, Yi Shiwen was not afraid at all. You have a big temper and ruthless methods." Hao Tsang seemed to have restrained his astonishment when Lin Fenghua had been killed a moment ago. He just coldly looked at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was somewhat astonished in his heart because this Hao Tsang was completely different from the impression he had heard. According to the information he had heard, Hao Tsang was an extremely tyrannical person. Even the first deputy city, Lord Lin Fenghua, found it difficult to disobey his orders. In the Sky Lightning Sea region, he was famous for being tyrannical. However, from the looks of it now, Hao Tsang might still be tyrannical. Tyrannical was the right word to describe him. But it was far from just being tyrannical. You must have planned this for a long time, luring out those idiots and then catching them all in one fell swoop. This method is not bad. I admire it very much. Hao Tsang said, "You can tell? These are just small tricks." Yi Shiwen said, "Little trick, haha. These idiots were fooled by your little trick. You made use of their fear of losing that woman to lure them out and then caught them all in one fell swoop. TSK, I don't know how to comment on this." Hao Tsang said. His figure did not seem to have moved at all, but the natural pressure had already landed on Yi Shiwen. He was already about to enter the half-step law phase late stage. Yi Shiwen secretly judged in his heart. On the surface, he did not show it, but in his heart he began to analyze the information. According to the information obtained previously, Hao Tsang was in closed-door training, trying to break into the half-step law phase late stage. However, seeing that he came out early, he knew that his closed-door training should have failed, and he did not enter the half-step law phase late stage. Hence, he was so anxious to find Yi Qianqian, because only by obtaining Yi Qianqian's primordial yin could he possibly enter the half-step law phase late stage. No wonder he suddenly appeared here. However, it was also because of this that it seemed even more troublesome. "You want to avenge Lin Fenghua and the others?" Yi Shiwen asked. "I'm not interested in avenging that guy. Although he is my subordinate now in the Sky Thunder Sea region, we are also the most direct opponents. If it wasn't for those old guys, I would have already slaughtered them all." Hao Tsang said indifferently. Everything seemed to be natural. It was even possible that apart from Lin Fenghua's strength and value, he was actually not as trustworthy as an expert from another sea region. He completely had the disposition of an ambitious and ruthless person. "Now that you help me kill them, that's great. It saves me the trouble of doing it myself, and I have a reason to dodge those old guys." Hao Tsang said with a sneer, "I admire your methods and scheming. I'll give you a chance. As long as you surrender to me, I'll let you take over Lin Fenghua's position. In the Sky Thunder City, you'll be in existence below only one person and above tens of thousands." There was a bit of hesitation on Yi Shiwen's face. It seemed as if he was considering Hao Tsang's proposal. In fact, he was secretly thinking of a way to escape. Hao Tsang was more tyrannical than he had imagined. In the face of such an opponent, ordinary methods were simply useless. Seeing Yi Shiwen's hesitation, Hao Tsang continued. As long as you hand over that woman, I can give you half of the wealth of Lin Fenghua and the others. Hao Tsang looked like he was trying to recruit Yi Shiwen on the surface. However, killing intent was surging in his heart. He would kill Yi Shiwen once he handed over Yi Qianqian. In his eyes, only Yi Qianqian, who could help him make a breakthrough, was the most important thing. Everything else was simply a trivial matter. It was precisely because of this that he didn't kill Yi Shiwen. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen finally moved. He directly swept out a domain of the power of wind and thunder and enveloped Hao Tsang within it. Suddenly, an earth-ranked magic sword appeared in his hand. It drew a sword flower in the sky and instantly transformed into a sword aura that filled the sky. It was wrapped in the power of wind and thunder and instantly pounced in front of Hao Tsang. Hao Tsang's complexion changed. He hadn't expected that Yi Shiwen would actually launch an attack. In other words, in his opinion, everything about Yi Shiwen was under his control. Yi Shiwen had already been bewitched by him, and there shouldn't be any accidents. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't a person who acted according to common sense. You're courting death, Hao Tsang shouted, and crushed the domain of the power of wind and thunder that was spreading over. After all, Yi Shiwen's realm was far inferior to his. When he was dealing with Lin Fenghua, Yi Shiwen could still rely on his tyrannical strength to defeat him. However, in the face of a tyrannical person like Hao Tsang, the disadvantage of his realm was undoubtedly manifested. Unless his cultivation could advance a step further, perhaps it would be very difficult for him to contend against Hao Tsang. Immediately after, he casually grabbed and transformed into a sky full of thunder and lightning. It collided with the sword aura that filled the sky. Boom! He forcibly tore the sword aura apart. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Shiwen retreated again and again. Every step he took directly collapsed a piece of blood qi. The scene looked exceptionally spectacular. He forcefully diverted this power into the air, and even blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was merely a collision, and Yi Shiwen had suffered some minor injuries. One could well imagine the strength of Hao Tsang. At this moment, countless thoughts appeared in Yi Shiwen's mind. This Hao Tsang was definitely an ice-cold and ambitious person. This kind of person was definitely the most difficult to deal with. This was because this kind of person was vicious and merciless. He had long seen that this Hao Tsang didn't have any good intentions. Moreover, he wasn't interested in becoming the deputy city lord. If he really wanted to grasp the authority, wouldn't it have been better to stay in flourishing Cloud City? Immediately, Yi Shiwen did not hesitate. A pair of tempest wings unfolded behind him in the air. With a sudden flap, his figure instantly flew out like a thunderstorm. A blood light swept out, and Yi Qianqian, who was in the valley, was instantly brought up. Yi Qianqian did not have the slightest resistance and was captured by Yi Shiwen. In other words, she who had her shoulder blades locked had the ability to resist. Let's go. This bastard is ferocious, Yi Shiwen shouted in a low voice. The tempest wings behind him flapped more frequently. In fact, Yi Qianqian had seen it in the valley just now. Compared to Yi Shiwen, she knew more about Hao Tsang's terror. After all, it was Hao Tsang who captured her back then. For this reason, many experts were dispatched, and she was captured in one fell swoop. From the moment Hao Tsang made his move, she knew that Yi Shiwen was not Hao Tsang's opponent. Although Hao Tsang's strength was unfathomable and bottomless, Transcendent Realm 8th level was still Transcendent Realm 8th level. No matter how deep the water was, it was limited. It was just like a big river. Even the Yangtze River could not compare to the depth of the sea. Hao Tsang's strength had exceeded the limit that Yi Shiwen could deal with. If she unlocked the chain on her shoulder blades, there was still hope to deal with Hao Tsang. Otherwise, he could only flee for his life. However, she was more curious about the fact that Yi Shiwen's agility technique was obviously extraordinary. His speed was so fast that she didn't even have time to react before she was caught up with him. This kind of agility technique was much faster than those heaven-level agility techniques in her impression. Although Yi Shiwen's cultivation was still too low, it was because Yi Shiwen's cultivation was still too low. Otherwise, this movement technique would definitely be shockingly fast. You want to leave. Hao Tsang had been tricked by Yi Shiwen. His heart was burning with anger. However, he didn't realize that Yi Shiwen didn't have any good intentions at all. He had never thought of recruiting Yi Shiwen. He had only wanted to deceive Yi Qianqian's whereabouts. But at this time he was only filled with anger from being tricked by Yi Shiwen. He shattered Yi Shiwen's domain in one fell swoop and directly chased after Yi Shiwen. Terrifying attacks constantly bombarded Yi Shiwen, wanting to shred Yi Shiwen into pieces. Chapter 1060. Boom! Hao Tsang directly swept out boundless thunder and lightning and directly swallowed Yi Shiwen. The universe shook and blood vaporized. The terrifying power of the peak of the half-step law phase intermediate stage was fully displayed at this moment. Hao Tsang's strength was hard to find in the same realm as him, let alone in this kind of situation where he attacked in anger. Yi Shiwen's realm was far lower than his. The pair of wind and thunder wings behind Yi Shiwen completely wrapped him in it. Perhaps he was not afraid of these scattered thunder and lightning attacks, but now Yi Qianqian, who was in his arms, had completely lost her power. If she was struck by these thunder and lightning attacks, not to mention dying on the spot, it was very likely that she would be seriously injured on the spot. Boom! 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 The power of thunder and lightning blasted on his wind and thunder wings. The huge vibration. Even Yi Shiwen, who was in the center, could feel it. Suddenly, he felt a sense of extreme danger, a sense of danger that went straight to his heart. Outside, at this moment, Hao Tsang had already attacked with all his strength. He blasted out a punch, and the fist energy blasted out converged into a terrifying thunder beast. The thunder beast was completely condensed from the power of thunder and lightning, and it pounced towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt that at this time it was useless to blindly escape. He immediately shouted loudly, and his whole body was immediately covered with golden divinity, like a golden god of war. He turned around and blasted out a punch, and it turned into a huge star that fell down on the blood-red ground. The sky full of stars crashed down, and the scene was abnormally huge. Boom! A terrifying collision resulted in an explosion of boundless divine light. Layers and layers of light rolled out in all directions. A terrifying power swept out. Hao Tsang was shaken by Yi Shiwen's terrifying power and was forced to retreat a few steps. However, Yi Shiwen was also sent flying. A few traces of blood suddenly overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He had obviously fallen into a disadvantageous position in this confrontation. He was extremely depressed in his heart. If it wasn't for this realm, then this realm. How could he be so sullen? In his heart, there was an additional obsession. He must quickly raise his own realm, otherwise he would always be at a disadvantage when he encountered such a high realm and tyrannical person. Boom! A majestic power exploded, and Yi Shiwen was sent flying again, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You will definitely die today. Hao Tsang's eyes were extremely cold, but he was secretly surprised by Yi Shiwen's terrifying vitality. One should know that this was the suppression of a higher realm, and Yi Shiwen was completely suppressed. Not to mention fighting back. Others couldn't even block one move from him. And these were geniuses. He could kill a bunch of ordinary experts at the early stage, half-step law phase realm with one move. At that time, Yi Shiwen was different. Yi Shiwen was obviously not a match for him in terms of realm and strength. However, he always unexpectedly had the ability to fight back. Although it was just a little trouble for him, but it was enough to deal with these troubles. Yi Shiwen couldn't go all out because he still had to take care of Yi Qianqian, who was in his arms. Otherwise, if he went all out and fought to the death, even if he wasn't Hao Tsang's match, he would still be able to seriously injure him. In fact, injuring Hao Tsang was not the main point. The main point was how to get rid of Hao Tsang. If Hao Tsang continued to chase after him, it would not be easy for Yi Shiwen to get rid of him. Although the demon wings were very fast, his realm was much lower than Hao Tsang's. It was difficult to get rid of Hao Tsang. The only way was to make Hao Tsang take the initiative to get rid of him. But looking at Hao Tsang's relentless pursuit, it wouldn't be that easy to make him retreat in the face of difficulties. Yi Shiwen's guess was right. Hao Tsang hated Yi Shiwen, not only because Yi Shiwen tricked him, but also because Yi Qianshan was in Yi Shiwen's arms. Yi Qianshan was related to whether he could enter the late stage of the half-step realm in a short time. Even without Yi Qianshan, he believed that he could enter the late stage of the half-step transcendence realm. However, that might take a month, or even 2 months, or even longer. In the blood world, every minute and second was very precious. He did not want to waste so much time on breaking through to the late stage of the half-step transcendence realm. He wanted to spend more time on how to break through to the late stage of the half-step realm. Compared to the late stage of the half-step realm, the late stage of the half-step realm was a big project. Even he was not sure if he could break through to the late stage of the half-step realm before leaving the blood world. Therefore, he did not have so much time to waste. He had to take Yi Qianshan back from Yi Shiwen. In his eyes, Yi Qianshan was no different from those elixirs. He even considered turning Yi Qianshan into a human elixir. Thinking of this, he hated Lin Fenghua even more. She deserved to die. She actually used Yi Qianshan, whom he used as a precaution to make a deal. Although he had done such things more than once in the Sky Thundersea region, the problem was that they lost Yi Qianshan now. She deserved to die. In his heart, all those people added together were not as important as one of Yi Qianshan's fingers. At this time, Yi Shiwen's mind was completely working. It was obviously not that easy to get rid of Hao Tsang. Thousands of thoughts were circulating in his mind. He suddenly had an idea. Once this idea appeared in his mind, it was immediately out of control. Without any hesitation, he flapped the wings on his body and instantly flew out. His figure instantly turned into a stream of light and flew in one direction. Behind him, Hao Tsang was chasing closely. He was not willing to let Yi Shiwen go at all. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen's figure directly flew into a mountain range. Hao Tsang's figure originally wanted to chase after Yi Shiwen, but he stopped outside this mountain range. He frowned slightly because he felt an extremely terrifying aura from this mountain range. It was tightly enveloping the entire mountain range. It was as if it was declaring its sovereignty. All the warriors that entered this place would be rebounded by the aura. Hao Tsang immediately determined that this was a horrifying blood beast that was half-step into the late stage of the transcendence realm. Even in the blood world, a blood beast of this level was not very common. Above this level were blood beasts of the transcendence realm. However, it was unknown if they were suppressed by the power of the blood world. But there are not many blood beasts of the transcendence realm and above in the entire blood world. This kind of blood beast of the half-step into the late stage of the transcendence realm was very terrifying. In a situation where the transcendence realm blood beasts did not appear, the blood beast of the half-step into the late stage of the transcendence realm was almost the most terrifying blood beast that everyone could see. Hao Tsang rarely saw blood beasts of this level. If he had also entered the late stage of the half-step into the late stage of the transcendence realm, he would not be stingy with this battle. However, he was only in the middle stage of the half-step into the transcendence realm. Moreover, he was in an environment like the blood world. It was almost foreseeable that he would definitely be defeated or even killed. If Yi Shiwen was somewhere else, he would definitely chase after him without hesitation. However, he had come to the territory of this blood beast of the half-step into the late stage of the transcendence realm. If he continued to chase after him, he would definitely be attacked by this blood beast. There was no doubt about this. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. He was unwilling, extremely unwilling. He was unwilling to let Yi Shiwen go like this. He was even more unwilling to let Yi Qianqian go like this. After all, Yi Qianqian was related to whether he could enter the late stage of the half-step into the late stage of the transcendence realm in a short period of time. Moreover, he was also worried that Yi Shiwen would take the opportunity to escape. If he did not see Yi Shiwen die, he would not be willing to give up. However, after a while, he heard the roar of the blood beast from below. It rushed into the sky and shattered the blood clouds in the sky. Then it roared crazily. Even the blood energy in the entire mountain range condensed. Boom! 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 Immediately after, there was a violent explosion from below. They've encountered that blood beast. At this moment, Hao Tsang immediately deduced. It should be that Yi Shiwen encountered the blood beast and caused a battle. The aftermath of the battle could still be felt in the air. However, he did not leave. He wanted to wait for Yi Shiwen to die. Otherwise, how could he be willing to die? After a while, the roar of the blood beast gradually subsided, and the blood energy slowly returned to normal. The battle is over. Hao Tsang immediately determined that the battle should have ended. Until now, he did not see Yi Shiwen come out. In other words, Yi Shiwen should have died inside. He immediately felt his heart ache. Of course, it was not because of Yi Shiwen's death. In his opinion, even if Yi Shiwen died 100 times, it would not be enough to atone for his sins. Even if Yi Shiwen died 1,000 or 10,000 times, he deserved to die. Naturally, he did not feel his heart ache. Coincidentally, it was not Yi Qianqian's death. Instead, it was the human medicine in his heart that was gone. Without Yi Qianqian, where could he find a 9-yin body source furnace? When he first met Yi Qianqian, he immediately saw that she had the 9-yin body source furnace. That was why he thought of ways and used all his manpower to capture Yi Qianqian. It was so that one day in the future, when he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, this 9-yin body source furnace could help him break through. He even thought of refining Yi Qianqian into a human medicine to help him break through from the late stage of the half-step into the late stage of the transcendence realm. If he could really achieve that, then Yi Qianqian's human medicine would be worth it. The great effort he put in would be worth it. Damn beast, you caused me to suffer such a huge loss. I will not let you go. When the time comes, I must skin you alive. Otherwise, I will not be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Hao Tsang glared fiercely at the mountain range. Then he reluctantly turned around and flew away from the range of the mountain range. Chapter 1061. Yi Shiwen rushed into the mountain range in one fell swoop, and immediately felt a powerful, imposing aura sweeping over him. He immediately retracted his and Yi Qianqian's auras. He knew very well what was in this mountain range. Yi Shiwen, are you crazy? There is a half-step late law manifestation realm blood beast inside. Are you going to rush in and fight it? Yi Mo's voice appeared in Yi Shiwen's mind. Of course I know, but this half-step late law manifestation realm blood beast is much easier to deal with than Hao Tsang, said Yi Shiwen with squinted eyes. Indeed, in terms of strength, this demonic beast of half-step law phase late stage was far more powerful than Hao Tsang. However, this was not what Yi Shiwen was concerned about. The key was that if he couldn't shake off Hao Tsang and scare him away, then how long would they continue chasing like this? Everyone couldn't stay in the blood world forever. In fact, they could only stay for a short period of time before they had to go out. The reason was none other than the influence of the blood qi. The blood qi would unknowingly influence you and permeate into every part of your body. If you couldn't get out of the blood world in time, you would be permeated by the blood qi and become like the blood beasts in the blood world. You wouldn't be able to leave the blood world ever again. Moreover, this wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that those who couldn't get out of the blood world in time would die of exhaustion in a few hundred years or even shorter period of time due to their physique being forcefully changed. These were the elites of various clans and forces. The weakest among them was at least Transcendent Realm 6th level. According to their cultivation, they could easily live for more than 10,000 years. However, in the blood world, they would die of blood chi exhaustion within a short period of time. It was obvious how evil the blood world was. Thus, many people would leave the blood world before the appointed time to avoid being trapped inside. That was because it wasn't impossible. On the contrary, it was extremely possible. Every time the blood world opened, there would be some people who, due to various reasons, would be trapped inside and die miserably in the blood world. In other words, although the blood world was a very good place for cultivation, time was extremely limited. If one did not return within the stipulated time, then they would never be able to return. They would have to stay here and slowly wait for death. For these experts who could live for tens of thousands of years, dying of old age in just a few hundred years was a terrifying thing. It was like a mortal experiencing the process of death from the peak of his life in a short span of 1 or 2 years. How terrifying was this? Time was limited, and Yi Shiwen was eager to improve his strength. Therefore, he didn't want to waste his time chasing after Hao Tsong. Everyone was desperately trying to improve their strength. Wouldn't it be a waste of life to do so? Although this blood fiend was terrifying, it couldn't possibly be like Hao Tsong, who would chase after him relentlessly. Strength. I need to quickly increase my strength. Being chased by Hao Tsong caused him to have a belly full of anger. He had an obsession with increasing his own strength. It was not enough to just have combat power. He also needed to have a sufficient realm. Most importantly, in this blood world, there were many young experts who could easily kill him, not to mention those hidden law manifestation realm blood fiends. This was a taboo for Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen, I have a good idea. That girl is an excellent furnace. With your cultivation, if you dual cultivate, you can definitely break through to the half-step law manifestation realm within a short period of time. You might even be able to surpass the Transcendent Realm 9th level. Yi Mo said enticingly. To him, as long as Yi Shiwen could improve his strength, it did not matter what method he used. Although he was well behaved in front of Yi Shiwen, he was still a demon. Yi Qianqian's life and death had nothing to do with him. Is there no other way? Yi Shiwen rushed into the mountain range while concealing his aura to cover Yi Qianqian's aura. At the same time, he was discovered by the blood fiends in the mountain range. It was best not to fight. However, it was too late. The moment they rushed in, the blood fiend in the mountain range was alerted. Yi Shiwen cursed his bad luck. Generally speaking, no matter how strong a demonic beast or blood fiend was, it would rarely release its aura completely. Doing so would consume too much energy, and it would not be visible for a while. However, after a long time, it would consume a huge amount of energy. No one would be so stupid, unless it was in a state of alertness. But Yi Shiwen had no time to think about it. He was already discovered by the blood fiend. There is no better way. Dual cultivation is the best way for both of you. Not only will your cultivation improve rapidly, but her cultivation will also improve rapidly. Moreover, she has the 9 Yin source form. This kind of dual cultivation is really beneficial for her. If the partner of dual cultivation is the 9 Yang source form, it will be even more amazing. I'm afraid both of you will be able to fuse Yin and Yang in just a few years and surpass the law phase realm. Yi Mo continued to persuade Yi Shiwen. After saying so much, he was trying to persuade Yi Shiwen to dual cultivate with Yi Qianqian. As for Yi Qianqian's opinion, he did not care at all. Yi Shiwen had bought him. No matter what Yi Shiwen thought, in Yi Mo's opinion, he was already Yi Shiwen's slave. How could a slave object to the master's decision? In this world, there are thousands of schools of dual cultivation. Most of the forces have more or less dual cultivation methods. It's just that the degree of subtlety is different. Even in the mortal world, aren't there sexual techniques? Plucking yin to nourish yang is a matter of course. Your human race's emperor, the Yellow Emperor, is an ancestor of this. The inner cannon of the Yellow Emperor, created by him, is said to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. It is said that before he attained the Tao, he slept with hundreds of women in a single night. Finally, he achieved the Emperor realm and shocked the three realms. Yi Mo explained again and again. Let's not talk about this first. Let's deal with this blood fiend first. Yi Shiwen roared and increased his speed to the extreme. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Above his head, more than a dozen terrifying Yuan Qi bullets swept across and directly fell into the distant forest. Boom, boom, boom. Each Yuan Qi bullet brought along a terrifying explosion and shockwave that swept across the area. Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianqian landed directly behind a huge rock. At this moment, Yi Shiwen finally noticed what kind of blood fiend it was. He didn't know what kind of blood fiend was lurking in this mountain range, because he had only sensed its terrifying aura when he was passing by. He immediately determined that there was a blood fiend in the late stage of the Law Phase realm. With such a ferocious beast lying here, he naturally wouldn't go in. At this moment, he finally noticed the ferocious beast. It was a terrifying blood fiend that was dozens of meters long. It was covered in scales and had a sharp horn on its head. This ferocious beast was lying on the ground like a small mountain. If one looked from afar, it would actually merge with the surrounding blood-red environment. However, this ferocious beast looked extremely tired, as if it had just fought a big battle. Could it be that this blood fiend has just fought? Yi Shiwen said in a strange tone, because this blood beast had only shot a dozen Yuan Qi balls, and then it stopped, as if it was already exhausted. Because it just gave birth, it is now at its weakest. Yi Qianqian saw through the situation at a glance. Yi Shiwen looked, and sure enough, beside this blood fiend were 10 eggs that were the height of half a person lying quietly, emitting a faint vitality. How did you know? Seems like you are quite experienced. Yi Shiwen blurted out. Yi Qianqian's pretty face blushed, and then she rolled her eyes at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen just smiled brightly at this moment. He also realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. However, his original intention was that Yi Qianqian had encountered many similar situations, but he didn't explain much. He just looked at the blood fiend that was clearly tired. Yi Shiwen, didn't you just ask me if there is any way to quickly improve your strength? There is a way, Yi Mo said. What way? Yi Shiwen asked in his mind. It's above that blood fiend. This blood fiend is already at the half-step law manifestation realm peak. It can truly enter the law manifestation realm at any time. You are definitely not an opponent of this level of blood fiend. However, it has just given birth, and it is at its weakest. If you can kill it and absorb the energy in its blood core, then you can quickly break into the Transcendent Realm 9th level. It can even directly send you to the Transcendent Realm 9th level peak. At that time, you will be invincible under the law manifestation realm. People like Hao Tsang are not your opponent at all. You can easily defeat them, said Yi Mo excitedly. Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this suggestion. Killing blood fiends and absorbing the blood core in their bodies was indeed the fastest way to improve his strength. Moreover, it was the blood core of a half-step law manifestation realm late blood fiend. The energy contained in it was definitely abnormally huge. With Yi Shiwen's cultivation, there was absolutely no hope of killing a half-step law manifestation realm late blood fiend. However, this mother beast had obviously entered its weakest state after giving birth. There was definitely hope for him to try. Chapter 1062. Yi Shiwen now knew why this blood beast wanted to spread its aura throughout the entire mountain range to deter others. It turned out that it was currently at its weakest stage. If it couldn't get through this stage safely, it would be in great trouble. Most people wouldn't dare to rush in. Only Yi Shiwen, who rushed in recklessly due to an accident, could see through its actual situation. Roar! The blood beast was still roaring. Its strength seemed to have recovered a little. Rumble! Its figure slowly stood up and the entire mountain range shook. This huge blood beast was too terrifying. Its casual movement could cause the blood aura in the entire world to tremble violently. This vicious beast that was about to enter the law manifestation realm already possessed some might that belonged only to the law manifestation realm. It wasn't a power that a transcendent realm could imagine. The so-called law manifestation realm, it was the embodiment of the world itself. Every move of the beast possessed great power. Yi Shiwen, hurry up. It's gradually recovering its strength now. Once it recovers, you'll be dead. Yi Emo quickly reminded him. Yi Shiwen's heart suddenly tightened. It wasn't a matter of him hunting the blood beast, but the blood beast hunting him. When they first entered, they were already discovered by the blood beast. It had just given birth and hadn't recovered much of its strength. However, it had already recovered a considerable amount of strength in such a short time. If this continued, it wouldn't take long to recover to its peak state. After all, the recovery ability of a half-step law manifestation realm late blood beast was terrifying. When it recovered to its peak, Yi Shiwen had no other choice but to flee. By then, he didn't know how long it would take to enter the transcendent realm 9th level. Yi Shiwen could feel the terrifying pressure coming from the blood beast behind the stone. Although its strength had not recovered much, but that kind of terrifying pressure was indeed there. Those experts he had encountered before, even Hao Tsang, were not a match for this blood beast. The tyrannical strength of this blood beast was far beyond his imagination. It was an existence that could dominate the half-step law manifestation realm. Perhaps he would only be able to fight him after he ascended to the transcendent realm 9th level. Yi Shiwen naturally wouldn't underestimate this blood beast, because he was well aware of its tyrannical strength. If this blood beast was in its peak state, then he would have no choice but to turn around and flee. However, it was precisely because it wasn't in its peak state that he decided to attack. At this time, Yi Shiwen directly attacked. He knew that he couldn't let this blood fiend continue to recover. Whoosh! A shrill, piercing sound came from the sky, and an astonishing sword chi instantly blasted out, turning into a sky full of sword light, directly slashing down on the blood beast in midair. Whoosh! At this time, the blood beast made its move. Its huge claws, which were as large as a mountain ridge, swiped at the sky with incredible speed. Almost in an instant, a mass of blood flashed, and the sword light that filled the sky was crushed. Immediately after, Yi Shiwen felt his heart skip a beat. In the next moment, he saw a huge sharp claw clawing down from the sky above his head. The sharp claw directly tore the sky apart. The sharp claws were like long swords, incomparably sharp. Ordinary metal could not withstand a single blow from such sharp claws and would be crushed directly. Yi Shiwen hurriedly stomped his feet and directly dodged. He didn't try to compete with this blood beast's physical strength. Boom! The sharp claws directly clawed out a huge pit with a radius of tens of meters in the ground. With just the strength of the physical body, it could directly claw out a huge hole in the solid mountain range of the Blood Mountain. One could imagine how terrifying this blood beast was. If Yi Shiwen hadn't changed his position when he attacked, Yi Qianqian would have been directly clawed to death. Even so, Yi Qianqian, who was far away, could feel the huge shock brought about by this attack. Yi Shiwen was secretly shocked. After all, this blood beast had already reached the late stage of the half-step law phase realm. Although it didn't have spiritual wisdom, every move it made contained the essence of martial arts. A casual claw was actually able to grasp the law of claw techniques. It was very terrifying. However, if it was just a competition of martial arts understanding, Yi Shiwen wouldn't lose at all. Now that this blood beast had given birth, its strength was greatly reduced. It wasn't as terrifying as before, so it was a good opponent for Yi Shiwen. Whoosh! The iron sword in Yi Shiwen's hand once again scattered a sky full of sword light. In an instant, it cut through the sky and earth. This sword was not too flashy, but the angle was unusually tricky. It went straight for the blood beast's blind spot. This blood beast was naturally very tyrannical, but a beast was a beast after all. It had its own limitations and its own blind spot. If it couldn't develop spiritual wisdom, it was still a beast no matter how powerful it was. This sword went straight for the blood beast's weak point, forcing the blood beast to turn around to defend. Its huge iron pillar-like claws directly clawed at the sword light in the air. Boom! The huge claws and the sword light collided frantically in the air, and a terrifying whirlwind swept out instantly. Yi Shiwen suddenly only felt a terrifying force directly transmitted to his hand. His arm felt slightly numb, and he was secretly shocked. In any case, the tyrant body was also a physique that could fight with gods and demons. Although his realm was much lower, it had to be said that the physique of this blood beast was also unusually strong. Yi Shiwen's arm was numb, and the fierce beast's movements also slightly stagnated. Its huge body was blasted 2 steps back by Yi Shiwen's sword. In the huge beast's eyes, there was also a hint of horror in addition to tyranny. It seemed to have some spiritual energy. However, the time restrictions still made this blood beast suddenly go berserk. It was the king of beasts. Even after giving birth, it was worthy of being the king of this mountain range. The dignity of a king could not be challenged. On its huge body, countless blood energy surged wildly. From afar, it looked like a long blood-colored river surging on a mountain range. An incomparably terrifying energy suddenly gathered on its sharp horn. Boom! A terrifying blood-colored beam of light swept out from its horn and went straight into the sky. Wherever it passed, countless blood energy was swept away. Instead, it increased the terrifying power of this blood-colored beam of light. The space was distorted crazily, twisting into a huge fried dough twist. Yi Shiwen didn't hesitate at all. The pair of devil wings behind him instantly unfolded, and he turned into a mass of wind and thunder power and flew straight into the sky. However, that mass of blood-red light beam was actually being controlled by someone, and it chased after him relentlessly. Yi Shiwen frantically flapped the demon wings behind him, constantly dodging the blood-colored beam of light. He knew that this blood-colored beam of light had gathered most of the power of this blood beast. If he was swept by it on the spot, he would be seriously injured, even if he did not die. The blood-colored beam of light chased after him closely, sweeping across the sky. The places swept by the blood-colored beam of light showed signs of collapse. Looking from afar, it seemed that the entire sky was collapsing. It was terrifying. Whoosh! 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 Yi Shiwen's figure constantly flickered in midair, dodging the blood-colored beam of light. And not long after, sure enough, this blood-colored beam of light gradually dimmed, slowly thinned, and finally disappeared. The blood fiend below was already panting heavily. If it had been at its peak, it might have been able to maintain this blood-colored light pillar for a day and a night without any effort. However, its current strength was no longer at its peak, yet it still had to exert its peak combat strength. The difficulty of doing so was unimaginable. Now is the time. Yi Shiwen's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. This was the moment when the blood beast's old power had been exhausted. Whoosh! The tip of the iron sword in his hand burst out a terrifying sword light. This sword light formed a huge light sword in midair. The tip of the sword slightly drew a circle in midair, forming countless sword lights that were perpendicular to each other. From afar, it looked like a blooming lotus. Clang! This sword light formed a lotus and fiercely chopped down with irresistible force. The blood beast had already consumed a lot of its strength, so it simply had no time to dodge. Boom! The sword light directly pierced into the body of the blood beast, broke through its heavy armor, and directly nailed it to the ground. Its huge figure fiercely hit the ground, directly causing the entire mountain range to shake, as if an earthquake had occurred. This blood beast looked up to the sky and let out a long roar, but it seemed as if all its strength had been sucked away by the sword light. It crazily twisted its huge body, constantly roaring, trying to break the sword light on its body. This blood beast's tenacious vitality was simply unimaginable. But how could Yi Shiwen let it do as it wished? He directly used the 1,000-gene fall technique in the sky, and his figure was just like a mountain crashing down. The iron sword in his hand carried boundless sword chi and fiercely pierced into its huge head. Bang! With a loud sound, Yi Shiwen's iron sword directly pierced into its brain, and the sword chi directly extinguished its vitality. Sure enough, this blood beast struggled for a while, but in the end it was unable to get up from the ground, and directly lost all its vitality. Yi Shiwen slightly breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally killed this blood beast. Chapter 1063. This blood beast was indeed difficult to deal with. If it hadn't just given birth, Yi Shiwen wouldn't be its opponent at all. Unless Yi Shiwen ascended to the Transcendent Realm 9th level, he might stand a chance. However, even if it had just given birth, an ordinary half-step manifestation intermediate expert wouldn't be its opponent. Yi Shiwen thought of Hao Tsang. There was such a huge commotion inside. Could it be that he had been watching from the sidelines, waiting for the third party to reap the benefits? Yi Shiwen had done such things many times, so he was more sensitive to such matters. He had risked his life to kill the blood beast. How could he let someone else reap the benefits and take it away? Yi Shiwen's spiritual senses instantly spread out. Within a radius of 100 miles, Hao Tsang's figure was nowhere to be seen. He left. Yi Shiwen was a little puzzled. Hao Tsang wasn't someone who gave up so easily. He wouldn't leave without confirming Yi Shiwen's death. Even if he was afraid of this half-step manifestation late realm blood beast, he wouldn't leave so easily. I think he thought you were dead, Yi Mo said. After all, he didn't know that this blood fiend had just given birth, so he thought that it was still at its peak. You barged in like this, and that blood fiend roared furiously and didn't come out even after a long while. I'm afraid he thought that you had already been killed by this blood fiend, so he left. Yi Shiwen thought about it. It seemed that this was the only reason why Hao Tsang left without confirming his death with his own eyes. Haha, no matter what, you've made a huge profit this time. Not only do you have the blood core of this blood beast, but more importantly, those eggs, said Yi Mo excitedly. Do you see those 10 eggs? Those 10 eggs are the essence of this blood beast. It can even be said that 80 to 90% of this blood beast's essence is concentrated in these 10 eggs. Even with your physique, after swallowing them, your cultivation will rapidly rise to the peak. Yi Shiwen nodded. These fierce beast eggs had always been in high demand in the market. Many people were willing to pay a high price for them, especially the eggs of the stronger, the fierce beast's offspring. It was easier to sell them at a high price. The egg of a late-stage half-step transcendence realm ferocious beast could be sold for a sky-high price in the outside world. However, the prerequisite was that it could be brought out. The creatures in the blood world were unable to leave the blood world. After so many years, no one had found a way to bring them out. Just like those warriors, if they couldn't get out within the specified time, then they wouldn't be able to leave this scarlet world at all. The creatures of the bloody world couldn't be brought out at all. So, even though he knew that these 10 eggs were worth a sky-high price, he had no other choice. However, if he could absorb these 10 eggs and convert them into his cultivation base, that would be pretty good too. After confirming that Hao Tsang had left, Yi Shiwen felt relieved and began to prepare for closed-door training. Because of the residual coercion of this ominous beast, no blood beast dared to go up the mountain at this time. Yi Shiwen intended to take advantage of the fact that the coercion of this blood fiend had not completely dissipated, and take advantage of this opportunity to undergo closed-door training. However, before he went into closed-door training, there was still a problem. It was the problem of how to settle Yi Qianchan. In this dangerous blood world, Yi Qianchan was a girl who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. If anything happened to her, it would be terrible. Don't worry about me. I will be near where you are in closed-door training. So if anything happens, you will be able to appear in time. Yi Qianchan seemed to see through Yi Shiwen's worries and said immediately. Seeing that Yi Qianchan had said so, Yi Shiwen didn't say anything else. He directly handed her a jade tablet and said, if anything happens, just crush this jade tablet, and I will be able to sense it immediately. This jade tablet contained a trace of Yi Shiwen's spirit. As long as the jade tablet was crushed, then he would be able to sense the abnormality immediately. Even if he was in a deep level of closed-door training, he would be able to sense the abnormality and immediately wake up. Yi Qianchan just nodded. When she walked, the sound of the chains colliding with each other was somewhat crisp and pleasing to the ear. The place that Yi Shiwen chose to undergo closed-door training was precisely the lair of this blood fiend. This was the place where the coercion of this blood fiend was the heaviest. Also, this was the place that the other blood fiends didn't dare to approach. Even if some blind blood fiends appeared, they would absolutely not dare to approach this place where the coercion was the strongest. Yi Qianchan was waiting outside the cave for Yi Shiwen to come out of closed-door training. At the same time, she was also keeping a lookout for him. With Yi Qianchan in charge of keeping a lookout, it was tantamount to Yi Mo being freed up. So, he could completely devote his energy to the promotion of the Earth-grade divine tool. This huge blood fiend's body contained endless energy. Although the essence of its blood nucleus had been taken away by Yi Shiwen, the remaining flesh and blood were still a great supplement for Tianyuan Mirror. Yi Shiwen sat cross-legged and hovered 3 inches above the ground. He hovered above the ground and began to circulate the observing person scripture. However, the observing person scripture was different from the past. The universe that he had cultivated was getting bigger and bigger as he continued to cultivate. Now he had already cultivated a huge galaxy. Stars were being born in it at every moment, and stars were being destroyed at every moment. Life and death, birth and death were constantly playing out in this universe. It could even be said that the reason why Yi Shiwen's cultivation had progressed so quickly was closely related to the observing person scripture. That was because he had been observing the birth and destruction of the universe every day, and it had unimaginable benefits for the advancement of his cultivation. Yi Shiwen was able to easily form his domain in a short period of time because he could observe the birth and destruction of the universe every day. He could even simulate a more complex universe, let alone a mere domain. This was Yi Shiwen's current situation. Under his control, a blood core that was almost half the size of his body appeared in front of him. Yi Shiwen, who had circulated the observing person scripture, was like a huge black hole. Countless energy was absorbed by him, and the bottom was unfathomable. Countless blood-colored energy converged into a beam of light, shrouding Yi Shiwen's body. Thousands of pores on Yi Shiwen's body instantly opened, madly absorbing this blood-colored energy. This blood-colored energy was even purer than the qi on Yi Shiwen's body. After a simple conversion, it was quickly absorbed by Yi Shiwen. Even Yi Shiwen's body emitted bursts of blood-colored light and waves. With the support of this blood-colored energy, Yi Shiwen did not directly ascend to the Transcendent Realm 9th level. Instead, he ascended to the Transcendent Realm 8th level peak first, because he had not even reached the Transcendent Realm 8th level complete. Although he had not reached the complete Transcendent Realm 9th level, he could directly ascend to the Transcendent Realm 9th level. But if he did so, it would cause his foundation to be unstable. It was like building a house. Without a solid foundation, there was no way to build a house higher. So, he would never let this happen. He would rather slow down the progress of his cultivation and lay a solid foundation first. Yi Shiwen didn't know how much time had passed. Day by day, Yi Shiwen's cultivation easily reached the Transcendent Realm 8th level peak under the support of the massive blood-colored energy. When Yi Shiwen reached the Transcendent Realm 8th level peak, he could clearly feel that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He immediately knew that there would be no progress if he continued to cultivate. Without any hesitation, he began to break through directly. More blood-colored energy was absorbed by him. It began to wash his meridians and expand his meridians. At the same time, under his transformation, it turned into a more ferocious chi, and then began to impact the Transcendent Realm 9th level barrier. The Transcendent Realm 9th level was the highest level of the entire Transcendent Realm. It was also the peak of the Transcendent Realm. The difficulty itself was the most difficult among the previous stages. Not to mention that Yi Shiwen's foundation was too solid. At this time, it seemed very difficult to break through. However, Yi Shiwen did not have the slightest anxiety. At this time, his spiritual consciousness was still within. The Mingxin ancient tree exuded colorful divine light, enveloping the entire sea of spiritual consciousness. It allowed him to maintain the calmest state of mind at all times. At the same time, he could see many points that he didn't pay much attention to before and make up for the gaps. It could be said that Yi Shiwen's current mood was unprecedentedly calm. Even the breakthrough could not disturb his state of mind. At the same time, countless spirit stones were burned. More Transcendent Realm 9th levels realms were imprinted in Yi Shiwen's mind. It allowed him to slowly understand the Transcendent Realm 9th level. It could be said that the Transcendent Realm 9th level barrier was also eliminated bit by bit under his impact. Cultivation knew no time, and the mountain did not last for 60 years. In the blink of an eye, Yi Shiwen didn't know how much time had passed. Yi Shiwen continued to impact the Transcendent Realm 9th level barrier. It was more like he was a little numb, mechanically impacting the Transcendent Realm 9th level. Boom! Suddenly his barrier was like a dam. In the end, it was forcefully broken by his chi torrent. The mellow aura on his body suddenly couldn't be concealed. It directly soared into the sky, and the huge aura rushed straight out of the cave. Yi Qianqian, who was also cultivating in close cultivation, was suddenly awakened by this huge aura. She looked inside the cave with some surprise. Her gaze was a little complicated. In other words, she had never seen a transcendent realm warrior that could be so powerful. Half-step law, manifestation, realm experts were no match for him. Previously, Yi Shiwen was only at Transcendent Realm 8th level, yet he could slaughter Lin Fenghua, who was a half-step law phase intermediate. Now that he had entered Transcendent Realm 9th level, even Hao Tsong was not his opponent. Chapter 1064. However, after breaking through to the Transcendent Realm 9th level, the aura only flashed by and then fell into silence again as if it had never appeared before. Yi Qianqian didn't speak because she knew that Yi Shiwen probably possessed an extraordinary power technique that could restrain his aura in such a short period of time. Just like how he had concealed his own aura before, he had concealed his own aura. But everyone had their own secrets, not to mention her identity. What qualifications did she have to question Yi Shiwen? She didn't think much and directly began to enter close cultivation again. Her close cultivation was different from Yi Shiwen's. Yi Shiwen was in a deep, close cultivation. In order to break through to the Transcendent Realm 9th level, no disturbances were allowed. Any disturbances might cause the effort to be in vain. It needed to be achieved in one go. However, it was just an ordinary practice, and she could stop at any time, although her scapulae were locked. But Yi Shiwen did not restrict her strength, nor did he extract the Zhan Yuan from her body, so she gradually recovered some of her strength. Moreover, she seemed to have discovered another path of cultivation. Even under the situation where her scapulae were chained, she could still cultivate. Although the progress was not very fast, as her cultivation continued to recover, the suppression of the shackles on her would continue to weaken. Her progress would become faster and faster, and when that time came, she would soon reach a whole new realm. When the chain on her scapula was broken, her two cultivations would be reunited. Her strength would skyrocket to a terrifying level at once. Of course, this was only her conjecture. Whether this path was feasible or not was still unknown. However, her cultivation had been restored to the truth level in the past few days. She would have been considered as a big shot if she had been in the 10 countries of the southeast region. However, she was now in the blood world. Perhaps the cultivation of an insect would have been much higher than this, but she was now in the blood world. In her opinion, the truth realm was no different from a toddler who had just learned how to walk. Anyway, exploration still needed time. She immediately ignored Yi Shiwen, who was motionless, and continued to close her eyes and cultivate. In the cave, Yi Shiwen concealed his aura with breath convergence technique while disturbing the beasts. After breaking through to the transcendent realm 9th level, he did not intend to stop. He intended to continue breaking through. The blood core in front of him had only absorbed half of its energy, and there was still enough for him to continue breaking through. Not to mention, there were still the eggs of the blood fiends, which contained pure energy that even he was envious of. So he planned to break through to the transcendent realm 9th level peak first before considering exiting. If he broke through to the transcendent realm 9th level peak, he would be invincible in the law manifestation realm. He would be invincible except for a few law manifestation realm experts. One had to know that among the younger generation, there weren't many who had reached the law phase realm. They were just as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. For other transcendent realm 9th level warriors, the blood core in front of them was enough for them to advance several levels, even directly entering the half-step law manifestation late realm. However, for Yi Shiwen, his strength was very strong, and it could be said that he was exceptionally powerful. However, because of this, his breakthrough seemed to be much more difficult than the average person's. If one were to calculate it in terms of Ling Qi, then one wouldn't know how much Ling Qi it would take. If he cultivated in the outside world, it would be abnormally slow. Only in this blood realm could he maintain such a rapid progress. But Yi Shiwen estimated that this blood core should be enough to push his cultivation to the half-step law manifestation late realm. Time was of the essence in cultivation. Another half a year passed in this manner of cultivation. The entire mountain range began to show signs of blood fiends' activities. However, other than the place where Yi Shiwen was staying, the blood fiends didn't dare to approach the original lair of the mother beast due to the residual coercion of the mother beast. The other places were gradually occupied by the returning blood fiends. They were originally the blood fiends of this mountain range, but because the mother beast was on the verge of giving birth, they were all driven away. However, they didn't expect that the mother beast would fail to defend against Yi Shiwen, and eventually died in his hands. Now that the mother beast's aura gradually dissipated over time, the blood beasts dared to return slowly. In the mountain range, the roars and cries of the blood beasts were everywhere. At this moment in the distance, a dozen streams of light instantly streaked across the vast sky and came over. If Yi Shiwen was here, he would realize that the person in the lead was actually an old acquaintance. It was none other than Hao Tsang, who had appeared half a year later. Beside Hao Tsang stood a young man in a luxurious robe. Behind the two of them, there were more than a dozen powerful experts with towering auras. Each of them was above the half-step law manifestation middle realm. This lineup could not be said to be weak. Even for a powerful city-state, it was not easy to take out so many experts in one go. After half a year, Hao Tsang's cultivation was no longer the same as it was half a year ago. Perhaps 100 years in the outside world might not be able to make any progress in his cultivation, but in the blood realm, half a year was enough for his cultivation to make a major breakthrough. Compared to half a year ago, the current Hao Tsang had already stepped into the half-step law manifestation late realm. His cultivation was worlds apart from back then. It was an unimaginable gap. However, even someone as strong as Hao Tsang actually had a fawning expression when facing the young man in the luxurious robe beside him. Hao Tsang, is this the place where you said there is a half-step law manifestation late realm demonic beast? The young man in the luxurious robe had been flying for a long time. He gradually became a little impatient and said aloud, "Yes, it is here. Half a year ago, I encountered this beast. During this period of time, I have been sending people to monitor this place. Don't be sad, I didn't see that beast leave. It must still be in deep sleep." Hao Tsang argued, the lifespan of these ferocious beasts, regardless of whether it was compared to humans or the sea race, had a huge advantage. They could easily live for tens of thousands of years, allowing them to spend even more time in slumber. In fact, even when they were in slumber, their cultivation bases were still growing. If such a beast really exists, then I won't mistreat you. The young man in the luxurious robe nodded when he heard this. He squeezed out a smile and said, "As long as you work for me well, I will definitely put in a few good words for you in front of my brother." Hao Tsang hurriedly nodded and revealed a smile on his face. However, his eyes were filled with disdain and a sneer. "If it wasn't for your brother's power, how could a piece of trash like you be above me? If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to make use of your relationship to get to the Super Sea region, I wouldn't have bothered with someone like you. If I had the resources of the Super Sea region, I would have already entered the law manifestation realm. Idiot trash!" That young man in luxurious robes had probably never imagined that this man, who was still trying to curry favor with him and acting restrained in front of him, had already cursed him so badly in private, even calling him trash. If he knew, he would definitely fly into a rage. His cultivation level might not be the highest, but he definitely had a place among the younger generation. How could Hao Tsang let him see through his thoughts? In front of the ambitious and ruthless Hao Tsang, the young man in the luxurious robe was like an idiot in every other aspect except for his tyrannical strength. He was being toyed with by Hao Tsang. He looked at the mountain range with a flash of hatred in his eyes. He thought about half a year ago. He had prepared for a long time. Yi Qianqian, who he had originally planned to use as a cultivation vessel, had been lost here. At this time, she might have already become a meal in the stomach of the blood beast. It could be said that it was a heavy loss. If Yi Qianqian was still here, then how could she have needed half a year to enter the late stage of the law manifestation realm? If Yi Qianqian was still here, she would most likely have already started preparing to enter the law manifestation realm. All of this was caused by this beast. Although Yi Shiwen was the mastermind, he was already dead. There was no point in arguing with a dead man. Therefore, Hao Tsang vented his anger on this blood fiend. Half a year ago, he wasn't strong enough, so he could only flee. But now it was different. He could go all out and kill this blood fiend. "You damned beast, you're dead." At this moment, in the lair of the blood beast, the blood color on Yi Shiwen's body became more solemn. At the same time, his aura became more complete. He had been cultivating for half a month without any progress. He had already reached the Transcendent Realm 9th level peak. If he wanted to cross this level, he would already be in the half-step law manifestation realm. By then, he would truly be in the law manifestation realm. He was even confident that once he entered the half-step law manifestation realm, his combat prowess would even be comparable to a law manifestation realm expert. At that time, it would be the time to truly dominate in the blood realm. In the blood realm, whether it was the human clan, the sea clan, or the native blood beasts, a law manifestation realm expert could dominate and be tyrannical. However, Yi Shiwen was still unwilling. He wanted to directly break through to the half-step law manifestation realm. At that time, everything would be different. However, this hurdle was now firmly stuck on Yi Shiwen's path. He had been unable to break through, which made him somewhat depressed. Just as he was about to try other methods, his heart suddenly tightened. The jade token was crushed. Then he felt two huge auras shrouding the entire mountain range. Chapter 1065. There are indeed remnants of the aura of the blood fiends in this mountain range. The young man in the luxurious robe stood in the sky and looked down. He was naturally searching for the aura of the mother beast. As for the other small blood fiends that hadn't even reached the Transcendence realm, he didn't care about them at all. There was nothing to be afraid of when he could casually kill a bunch of them. Hao Tsang, who was below him, was constantly using his divine consciousness to scan the mountain range. He wanted to find the figure that had made him so fearful that it had turned around and left. Although it was because he wasn't strong enough, turning around and leaving that day was simply a great humiliation to him. It was a huge stain on his reputation. If he couldn't kill that blood fiend and use its blood to wash away his humiliation, then he would have to admit that it was this blood fiend that had spurred him on. For others, encountering an enemy they could not defeat was nothing. However, for him, it was unacceptable. The humiliation was deep in his bones and constantly spurred him forward. In the past 6 months, he had grown to his current level. It had to be said that this blood fiend had spurred him on the most. As the fundamental motivation for him to become stronger, he planned to give that blood fiend a fatal blow as a reward. I am now cultivating an unparalleled mystical technique, which is to continuously absorb the blood cores and essence blood of these blood fiends. The young man in the luxurious robe said calmly, "If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't encounter Transcendence realm blood fiends, I wouldn't need to capture these half-step, late-stage Transcendence realm blood fiends. I would be able to achieve great success in one step." Hao Tsang didn't reply, but he felt a little disdain in his heart. Even if you encountered a Transcendence realm blood fiend, you would still have to fight against it. It would be great if you didn't run away in fear when you saw it. If this blood fiend is really as powerful as you say, I will remember your contribution. My technique is close to great success. If I absorb the essence, blood, and blood core of this blood fiend, I will be able to reach great success. When that time comes, I will be able to step into the Transcendence realm and become a big shot. I will definitely reward you when that time comes. How could it not be? After searching for a while, Hao Tsang's expression suddenly changed. He realized that his divine consciousness couldn't detect the whereabouts of this blood fiend. After he returned, he had sent people to keep an eye on the mountain range to make sure that the blood beast was still there. In the past half a year, it had not moved at all, nor had it left. It was as if it had fallen into a deep slumber. No one took it seriously. After all, it was very common for blood fiends to fall into a deep slumber for hundreds of years. Of course, the people he had sent didn't have the guts to approach that mountain range. Otherwise, he would have discovered that the target he had been monitoring had already been beheaded by Yishuin. Now, the entire mountain range didn't have that ominous beast. It was precisely because the report said that the blood fiend was still there that he had brought the young man in the luxurious robe over. However, he had not expected that there would be a slip-up at such a crucial moment. He immediately cursed the person who had been stalking him in his heart. When he returned, he would definitely teach him a lesson and tear him into pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. Hao Tsang, what's going on? Are you messing with me? At this time, the young man in the luxurious robe suddenly sneered and said. He looked at Hao Tsang with an unfriendly expression in his eyes. In other words, in his opinion, he didn't even need to hide his emotions in front of Hao Tsang. Hao Tsang was just the leader of a medium-sized sea region. Behind him was a super sea region. Even if it was a super sea region, any force in that super sea region could easily destroy that medium-sized sea region. He simply didn't care about Sky Thunder Sea region and the like. Now he had a feeling that he had been fooled. He immediately became unfriendly. As for whether it would arouse Hao Tsang's dissatisfaction, he didn't need to consider it. Even if Hao Tsang was dissatisfied, would he dare to attack him? Suddenly, Hao Tsang suddenly discovered something, and his face revealed an ecstatic expression. I didn't expect that bitch to still be alive. Hao Tsang was suddenly overjoyed because he had actually discovered Yi Qianshan in his divine sense. Yi Qianshan's scapula was locked, so there was no way for her to exert her full strength. In the past 6 months, she had only managed to restore her cultivation to the level of Truth Ninth Layer. So how could she escape from Hao Tsang's detection? She was immediately discovered. Haha, the heavens are really helping me. At this time, Hao Tsang couldn't care less about the puzzled look of the young man in the Chinese robe beside him. He immediately grabbed Yi Qianshan. A terrifying big hand instantly covered the entire sky, grabbing towards Yi Qianshan as if it wanted to crush people alive. He was already so excited that he couldn't care less. He originally thought that he had lost the human medicine, but now he actually found it. Although it had been half a year, as long as he could find Yi Qianshan, it would be very good. Although Yi Qianshan couldn't help him step into the late stage of half-step law phase realm, she could help him step into the law phase realm and become his dual cultivation furnace. In the future, his cultivation would progress rapidly. As for Yi Shiwen, he was no longer in his mind. As long as Yi Qianshan was there, it was enough. As for Yi Shiwen, he was nothing. He was not worthy of any attention. At this time, another big hand grabbed out from the sky. A fiery, red big hand slapped down from the sky. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. Hao Tsang's big hand exploded in the air and turned into a mass of lingqi. Who? Hao Tsang's eyes suddenly became sharp. His gaze directly pierced through the sky and looked towards the mountain range. Even the young man in the Chinese robe couldn't care less about what happened to Hao Tsang. At this time, he also looked towards the mountain range. When he saw Yi Qianshan in the mountain range, his eyes suddenly lit up. Although he was extremely arrogant in terms of eyesight, he was probably above Hao Tsang. In addition, Yi Qianshan had lost her cultivation and was completely unable to conceal the aura of the 9 Yin body source. He could almost see through Yi Qianshan's physique at a glance. 9 Yin body source. The use of the 9 Yin body source immediately appeared in his mind. Whether it was to be refined into a human medicine or to be used as a dual cultivation furnace, it was a great choice. It could greatly improve one's cultivation. If he had the help of the 9 Yin body source, why would he still need to practice evil techniques? At this time, he would probably be able to step into the law phase realm and become a big shot. He must obtain this 9 Yin body source. He immediately made this decision in his heart. He must obtain Yi Qianshan. As for Hao Tsang, he didn't even think about it. Who did he think he was? How dare he snatch a woman from him? In the blood-red mountain range, a green figure slowly walked out. In the blood-red mountain range, it seemed very conspicuous and abrupt. Yi Shiwen. Hao Tsang instantly widened his eyes and said, his brain was a little blank. He didn't think that this person would actually be Yi Shiwen. He thought that Yi Shiwen had already died half a year ago. He didn't think that he would actually see Yi Shiwen here. No wonder Yi Qianshan didn't die. It turned out that even Yi Shiwen didn't die. Then what about the blood fiends in the mountain range? Could they have been killed by him? This was impossible. His thoughts were a little chaotic. In the current situation, the blood fiends that he thought were entrenched in the mountain range had disappeared, and Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianshan, who he thought were dead, had appeared again. There was only one conclusion. Yi Shiwen had killed that blood fiend. However, this conclusion was overturned because that fierce beast was definitely at the half-step transcendence late stage. At that time, he had personally felt the terrifying coercion. It was indeed at the peak of the half-step transcendence late stage that it could step into the transcendence realm. At that time, Yi Shiwen couldn't even defeat him. How could he have killed that blood fiend? This was simply illogical. Because he couldn't figure out the key point, he was stunned for a moment. It was as if his mind had turned into a mess. However, he quickly came to his senses. No matter why Yi Shiwen didn't die, now that Yi Shiwen had appeared in front of him again, that was enough. He could kill Yi Shiwen again. Currently, He had already entered the peak of the late stage of the half-step law phase realm. Compared to half a year ago, it was incomparable. It was more than enough to kill Yi Shiwen. How much hardship had he suffered in the past half a year to cultivate to this level? All of this was caused by Yi Shiwen. How could he not be angry? Hao Tsang, I want that woman. That woman belongs to me, said the young man in the luxurious robe as he stared at Yi Qianqian in the mountain range. As for Yi Shiwen, he didn't care about him at all. He had never suffered a loss from Yi Shiwen. In his opinion, Yi Shiwen was just a transcendent realm 9th level, an ant-like existence. Yi Shiwen wasn't worthy of his attention. In his eyes, there was only Yi Qianqian, who possessed the 9 body source. If he could seize Yi Qianqian and refine her into a human elixir, he would be able to quickly enter the law phase realm. Everything would be perfect, and he wouldn't need to cultivate any evil martial arts. Hao Tsang's originally ferocious expression became a little absent-minded after hearing the words of the young man in the luxurious robe. He thought that he had miscalculated. He knew how attractive the 9 body source was to people like him with ulterior motives. Hence, he felt that he had miscalculated. He didn't expect Yi Qianqian to still be alive. Was he going to let this guy take advantage of her? No, he wouldn't allow it. In order to capture Yi Qianqian, he had put in so much effort and sacrificed so much to capture her. This bitch was his. He wouldn't allow anyone else to touch her, not even Yi Shiwen. His gloomy eyes flickered with the light of countless schemes. His target wasn't Yi Shiwen, but the young man in the luxurious robe. The young man in the luxurious robe, who only had Yi Qianqian in his eyes, didn't notice it at all. Chapter 1066. In his eyes, Yi Shiwen was not a threat. The real threat was the young man in the Chinese robe. Yi Shiwen was just a nobody in his eyes. But the person in front of him was not only strong enough, but also had a background that he had to look up to. Even an expert at the peak of the half-step transcendence realm had to be humble to him. The young man did not put Yi Shiwen in his eyes at all. He flew straight toward Yi Qianqian. He spread out his big hand and was about to grab Yi Qianqian. He did not care about Yi Shiwen, who was next to her. A hint of lust flashed in his eyes. Yi Qianqian looked indifferent as the young man in the Chinese robe rushed over. She seemed unmoved, especially when she looked at him as if she was looking at a dead man. It was as if she had seen through everything. At this time, Yi Shiwen made a move. He waved his hand and slashed out a lightsaber. An incomparably terrifying swordsmanship condensed in it and turned into a sword-intent greatsword that slashed down from the sky. Clatter! A terrifying wave of blood qi surged as it slashed at the huge finger. Boom! With a terrifying loud noise, the big hand exploded in the air. The sharp swordlight even followed the big hand and almost slashed the young man in the Chinese robe. Damn it! The young man in the Chinese robe suddenly changed his expression. He was caught off guard and almost had his hand chopped off by Yi Shiwen. Who are you? How dare you attack me? The young man in the Chinese robe stared at Yi Shiwen coldly. Who are you? Yi Shiwen said slowly, my name is Nie Feibai. I am destined to become a big shot in the law manifestation realm in the future. The young man in the Chinese robe said faintly. He then said to Yi Qianqian, I am a warrior from the southern sea region. I am much more noble than these low-level sea regions. If you follow me, I guarantee that you will live a good life and your cultivation will skyrocket. It will not be difficult for you to surpass the law manifestation realm in the future. In the endless sea region, there was no way to calculate how many sea regions there were, not to mention small sea regions like the flourished cloud sea region. There were even many large sea regions. However, there were only 4 super sea regions in the entire endless sea region. They were named north, south, east, west, and 4 directions. They were the backbone of the entire endless sea region. For other sea regions, they were equivalent to a martial arts holy land. That was why Nie Feibai was so confident. Other women would throw themselves at him just by hearing the name of the Southern Sea region. Idiot! Yi Qianqian only said coldly. Nye Fei Bai instantly felt that his face had been completely stripped off. His face immediately sank as he said, "Slut, I've given you face, but you don't want it. Since you don't want to dual cultivate, then become my cauldron, a stepping stone for my martial Tao." The young man in luxurious robes, Nye Fei Bai, shouted coldly right away. "Since you don't know what's good for you, then die." That young man's target wasn't Yi Qianqian, but Yi Shiwen. Yi Qianqian's scapula had already been locked. Although she had recovered some of her strength, she was still vulnerable in his eyes. "I'll show you our family's secret technique, the ice cicada firmament sword cannon." Nye Fei Bai roared out as a long sword appeared in his hand. However, what was different from an ordinary longsword was that there was a pair of snow-white cicada wings on this longsword. Clang! The sword radiance flickered between heaven and earth. It was as if a white ice cicada had appeared and sealed the world in ice. It was another ancient, vicious creature. When this move was unleashed, even Hao Tsang, who was standing behind him, had a change in expression. Although Nye Fei Bai was extremely stupid in his eyes, in terms of strength, he was the real deal. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't an idiot. It was extremely terrifying. "Is that all?" Yi Shiwen sneered, and the sword light in his hand began to splash out. The sword light shot out along with the long sword and instantly burst into the air. Countless blood energies were absorbed by the sword light, and along with Yi Shiwen's command, the sword light instantly fell down. Boom! The terrifying aftermath of the collision between the two sword lights set off a huge storm. However, both of them controlled themselves and didn't go in Yi Qianqian's direction. Nye Fei Bai was ferocious, but he also knew that he couldn't injure Yi Qianqian. Otherwise, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Nye Fei Bai's body staggered back a dozen steps and finally stopped. Yi Shiwen sneered and said, "You call this swordsmanship? It's just an empty name. If it wasn't for the power of these sword moves, they would be nothing but empty names in your hands. I don't care if you're from the Southern Sea region." Yi Shiwen shouted coldly. His body suddenly shook, and all the pores on his body suddenly opened up and spewed out sword energy. At this moment, it seemed as if he had transformed into an ancient sword cultivator. "With a sword in hand, the world is mine. I don't care if you have tens of thousands of magical powers. I only have one sword to break all." That kind of invincible might was simply the reincarnation of a sword cultivator. Yi Shiwen wasn't a sword cultivator, but with the existence of the mysterious space, his understanding of swordsmanship was far above that of a sword cultivator. Not to mention someone like Nye Fei Bai. His understanding of swordsmanship could be said to be at the Grandmaster level. Nye Fei Bai's swordsmanship was extremely powerful, and his moves were also exquisite. However, it further highlighted the fact that he wasn't a sword cultivator. His understanding of swordsmanship was quite limited and couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as Yi Shiwen. Burial sword. Yi Shiwen's sword light instantly flew out and tore through the sky. It instantly turned into a huge sword net and directly enveloped Nye Fei Bai. Nye Fei Bai suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, and even the sword in his hand faintly felt as if it was being suppressed. A look of horror finally flashed in his eyes, because he clearly didn't expect that Yi Shiwen's swordsmanship cultivation would be so terrifying. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Above Nye Fei Bai's head, a huge shield instantly appeared. Streaks of light curtains hung down from the shield, wrapping him tightly within. Boom! 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 The sword aura slashed on the light curtain, and suddenly only a series of terrifying explosions could be heard. That light curtain was actually smashed into a huge crack. Impossible! I'm an expert of the half-step law phase late stage, and I'm just a little bit away from entering the law phase realm. How can you be so strong? Nye Fei Bai still couldn't believe it. He saw with his own eyes that the sword aura slashed his light curtain and cracks appeared on it. Even Hao Tsang, who was far away in the sky, suddenly felt his eyelids twitching. Yi Shiwen's strength was far beyond his imagination. Half a year ago, he could still casually chase after Yi Shiwen, but now that his strength had improved to the half-step law phase late stage, he realized that the strength between them had actually shortened. He was the clearest about his hard work and progress in the past half a year. This meant that it wasn't that he had regressed, but that Yi Shiwen's improvement was far beyond his imagination. And this was often the most terrifying thing, facing an expert who was far more talented than him. If he let Yi Shiwen escape, it would be a disaster for him, and even the entire Sky Thundersea region. He had the same opinion as Lin Fenghua. This Yi Shiwen was definitely a person who would definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Since this kind of person had already offended him, then all the more he couldn't let him go. Hao Tsang's sinister gaze swept between the two of them, and no one knew how many schemes and plots were circulating in his mind. Regardless of whether it was Yi Shiwen or Nie Feibai, in his opinion, they both deserved to die. He might as well borrow Yi Shiwen's hand to get rid of Nie Feibai, and this would be the best. When the people from the Southern Sea region questioned him, he would have a reason to evade them. Even if the people from the Southern Sea region were furious, at that time, if he could capture Yi Qianqian, he would be able to enter the Law Phase realm in a short period of time. At that time, he would also be a prominent figure in the Blood realm. Even a colossus like the Southern Sea region would have to consider if it was appropriate to offend him. Whether it was in the outside world or in the Blood realm, the Law Phase realm was a huge chasm. Only by crossing the Law Phase realm could one be considered a prominent figure. After attaining the Law Phase realm, everything would be different. In this short period of time, he had already calculated everything. Next, it was up to Yi Shiwen to get rid of Nie Feibai. As the saying went, when the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Yi Shiwen sneered. His sword light was still suppressing the huge shield, wanting to break through it. The terrifying strength of a transcendent realm 9th level was fully displayed for the first time. This was the strength that could allow one to enter the half-step law phase realm. Although their strengths were both in the half-step law phase late realm, Yi Shiwen's combat prowess was obviously much stronger than Nie Feibai, who only relied on cultivating a heterogeneous demonic technique to forcefully increase his cultivation. This was because Yi Shiwen relied on his own cultivation and battles. He had experienced countless battles to grow, which was far beyond Nie Feibai's imagination. As such, although Hao Tsang was respectful on the surface, he didn't take Nie Feibai seriously at all. Nie Feibai roared as he stimulated all the real elemental energy in his body. He was going all out to block this wave of attack from Yi Shiwen. He felt extremely sullen in his heart. He had never encountered such a situation before. He couldn't even block the first wave of attack. This was simply too shameful. Only by blocking the first wave of attacks could he talk about the subsequent counterattack. Although his martial path was not pure, he had truly reached the late stage of the half-step transcendence realm. Coupled with the protection of the shield, which had obviously reached the level of an earth-level magic artifact, his aura became more and more powerful. Damn it! I don't believe that I can't kill you today. Chapter 1067. At this time, Nie Feibai slashed out a terrifying sword light. It tore through the vast sky, and everything in the surroundings seemed to have entered a world of ice and snow. A huge ice cicada appeared in front of everyone's eyes and pounced towards Yi Shiwen. The range of ice and snow instantly swept out. Nie Feibai was already in a killing frenzy. He didn't care about Yi Qianqian, whom he had coveted a lot. After all, Yi Qianqian was nothing compared to him. A bloodlight flew out of Yi Shiwen's body and transformed into an ancient mirror with a demon drawn on it. It enveloped Yi Qianqian, and a curtain of light hung down and blocked the ice and snow outside. Yi Qianqian's eyes flashed. She looked at Yi Shiwen, but didn't say anything. She just clenched her tender and white little hands tightly. Yi Shiwen didn't panic in the face of Nye Feibai's sudden eruption. It seemed as if he had already considered it. His body continued to spurt out sword energy, and formed a storm of sword energy around his body. Nye Feibai had condensed all the power in his body and slashed out with his sword. It was terrifying to look at. That ice cicada seemed capable of freezing the entire world. Yi Shiwen retreated a few steps. He raised his wrist, and the iron sword in his hand instantly shot out. The iron sword cut through the vast sky. The might of an earth-level weapon was vividly manifested at this time. Fast! 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 Yi Shiwen's sword seemed to have no other characteristics. If there was any characteristic, then it would be speed. That ice cicada was originally on the offensive side. It opened its big mouth and wanted to swallow Yi Shiwen and crush him with the sword light. However, Yi Shiwen was the one who took the initiative to attack when they were actually fighting. His sword directly sank into that ice cicada, and a terrifying cold air instantly froze Yi Shiwen's arm. It seemed as if his whole body would be frozen. However, it was blown away by the endless waves of divinity before it could crawl over the back of Yi Shiwen's hand. It was unable to freeze him. Clang! The sword light in Yi Shiwen's hand suddenly twisted into a fierce brilliance and instantly shattered the ice cicada. However, this also gave Nye Feibai time to escape. Although this attack couldn't kill Yi Shiwen as he had hoped, it had still allowed him to completely escape. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill this bastard! At this moment, Nye Feibai hurriedly roared out. Those experts that were following behind the two of them were brought over by him. All of them were experts from their respective factions. Within the Southern Sea region, they were considered as first-rate experts. These experts promptly rushed towards Yi Shiwen as they heard him. However, Hao Tsang didn't seem to have heard them. He remained motionless. Damn it, Hao Tsang, are you rebelling? You're dead. Wait till I kill this brat. I'll make you pay the price. Seeing that Hao Tsang, who was the strongest among them, was not moving at all, Nye Feibai immediately shouted in anger. He was not stupid. At this moment, how could he not understand that Hao Tsang was already disloyal? The anger in his heart was burning unceasingly. He was thinking of thousands of ways to deal with Hao Tsang. As long as he could escape, he would definitely convince his elder brother to exterminate this Sky Lightning Sea region and let him die a tragic death. Break free. Hao Tsang's face was expressionless. However, he sneered in his heart. Since he had already decided to reap the benefits when the Sandpiper and the Clam were fighting, he had already decided to kill Hao Tsang. Even if Hao Tsang could escape from Yi Shiwen's hands, he would definitely not be able to escape from Yi Shiwen's attack. Yi Shiwen, you must be careful of Hao Tsang. Look at him. He's not even willing to come over to help. He must be thinking of reaping the benefits when the Sandpiper and the Clam are fighting. Yi Emo reminded. He was currently protecting Yi Qianqian and was not part of the battle. Therefore, he could see the situation clearly at this moment. That's for the best. It saves me the trouble of dealing with him. Yi Shiwen didn't care. If you want to reap the benefits, you must have the strength to do so. Yi Shiwen had acted as a fisherman many times in the past. However, he had always been hiding in the dark at that time. Hao Tsang had openly revealed his purpose, so it was simply impossible for him to plot against Yi Shiwen. Moreover, Yi Shiwen was confident that even if the two of them attacked together, it would not be a problem. It would just be a little more effort. Facing these Southern Sea experts who were rushing over, Yi Shiwen did not panic. He tapped his toes, and his body was like a swimming dragon. In an instant, he charged into the group of people and actually ignored Nye Feibai for the time being. Puchi! A sword light exploded and a flower of blood bloomed on the throat of a Southern Sea expert in the half-step law phase realm intermediate stage. His life was rapidly cut off. That expert's eyes were still wide open, and he couldn't believe it. Even if a half-step law phase realm intermediate stage expert wasn't considered the top in the Super C region, he was still a powerful expert in other C regions. Even those half-step law phase late-stage experts wouldn't be able to kill him easily. They definitely wouldn't be like Yi Shiwen, who cut off his life with one sword strike. Pucci, Pucci. With every flower of blood that bloomed, there would be an expert directly dying. At this moment, Nye Feibai couldn't remain calm. Originally, he thought that he could rely on his numbers to trap Yi Shiwen and create the conditions for him to kill Yi Shiwen, who knew that in just a short period of time, he had already lost more than half of his subordinates. He wasn't a match for Yi Shiwen at all. On the contrary, he felt that he was simply here to die. He could only let Qingzi take action. His body shook, and an ice armor actually appeared on his body. The endless cold air covered his body and greatly increased his defense. The snow-white armor emitted a frightening cold air, causing his hair to be stained with some white snow. He looked like a snow god of war. Immediately after, he waved his sword and released cold air, joining the encirclement of Yi Shiwen. Once Ice Cicada appears, the world will be shocked. Endless snowflakes splashed out from the tip of his sword and accompanied by the sword light of his long sword. The snowflakes shrouded Yi Shiwen in an exceptionally terrifying manner. Yi Shiwen didn't panic at all. He was at ease amidst so many experts. His long sword prevented the water from splashing through his guard, and the sword light protected him from top to bottom. The sword light that splashed out from time to time could behead an unguarded expert of the Southern Sea region. Everything happened in an instant. Hao Tsang was still watching the battle from the sky at this time. He was slightly shaken when he saw Yi Shiwen's bravery and ferocity. In fact, he even doubted whether it was right for him not to join in and help. According to the current situation, Nye Feibai was definitely not Yi Shiwen's opponent. However, whether he could suppress Yi Shiwen in the end was also a problem. The so-called when the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits was based on the fact that both of them were injured. However, looking at Yi Shiwen's appearance, it didn't seem that both of them were injured. On the contrary, Yi Shiwen was suppressing Nye Feibai. If the sandpiper and the clam couldn't fight and both of them were injured, then how could he, the fisherman, benefit from it? However, this thought only appeared for a moment and was suppressed by him. He was extremely confident in his own confidence. Burial's sword. Yi Shiwen shouted loudly, and the sword light instantly swept out. It split into sword chi, which filled the sky and attacked in all directions. Pucci, Pucci, Pucci. The Southern Sea region experts didn't even have the time to scream. Their hearts were pierced by the sword chi and died on the spot. Even Nye Feibai barely relied on the shield's protection to block the sword chi. He didn't die on the spot. Even so, he was in a sorry state. At this time, he finally understood that the guy in front of him, who he didn't take seriously previously, was the truly horrifying one. He was ridiculously strong. Was a transcendent realm 9th level able to defeat a half-step law phase late expert like him? Wasn't he truly horrifying and ridiculously strong? However, just as he was about to escape, Yi Shiwen's sword had already arrived in front of him. The iron sword cut across the vast sky and instantly arrived in front of him like a bolt of lightning. It instantly shattered all of his defenses, and even that shield couldn't completely protect him. Boom! The sword light exploded on his body and completely burst out. Suddenly, his chest was a bloody mess. No one knew how many internal organs were injured. As he continuously coughed out blood, he even coughed out some internal organ fragments. It was obvious how severe his injuries were. If he didn't have that shield, he wouldn't just have his internal organs shattered. His entire body would have been cleaved in half. He let out a loud roar, and the strength of his body continued to increase. His real elemental energy burst to the extreme in an instant, and instantly deflected Yi Shiwen's incoming sword light. Then, his figure directly turned into a streamer and rushed towards Hao Tsang. He didn't expect Hao Tsang to save him. From the moment Hao Tsang didn't make a move, he already knew that Hao Tsang had ulterior motives. Perhaps for Hao Tsang, his actions were understandable. However, for Hao Tsang, it was like a dog he raised betrayed him. For Yi Shiwen, Hao Tsang, who was previously attentive to him, was just like a dog. He would attack wherever he pointed. Now that this dog had betrayed him, it made him extremely furious. He probably wouldn't understand why Hao Tsang wanted to kill Yi Qianqian. It was because of his greed. He was simply trying to divert the trouble to Yi Shiwen. He had no way to deal with Yi Shiwen. Therefore, he wanted to divert Yi Shiwen to Hao Tsang's side. Then, these two people would fight each other. He swore that if he could escape, he would destroy this damned sky, Thundersea region. These damned fellows must all die. Just as his figure flew to Hao Tsang's side, he saw that Hao Tsang, who had been standing calmly all along, suddenly made a move. Endless, lightning power suddenly gathered on his fist. Boom! A fist suddenly pierced through the vast sky and suddenly blasted into Nye Feibai's body. The terrifying fist pressure instantly blasted through Nye Feibai's body. Nye Feibai felt that the vitality in his body was rapidly fading away. His eyes began to blur. He never dreamed that he would die in Hao Tsang's hands instead of Yi Shiwen's. Chapter 1068. Nye Feibai probably didn't expect that he would die in the hands of Hao Tsang in the end, and not in the hands of Yi Shiwen as he had previously thought. Such a ruthless heart, such a sinister method. You won't have a good ending. My brother will avenge me. After he said this last sentence, he completely breathed his last. At the same time, the life card in his body also shattered immediately. It was not strange for important disciples of these giants to have such a life card. Once the life card shattered, it meant death. Even if they were thousands of miles away, the people of the sect would know immediately. Even Yi Shiwen sighed slightly. He was really ambitious. No wonder Nye Feibai couldn't beat him in playing tricks. Although he didn't know the reason for the internal strife between them, Nye Feibai was someone from the Super Sea region. For many experts in the Endless Sea region, the Super Sea region was the ruler of the entire Endless Sea region. It was the overlord. There were countless experts in the sect, and there were many experts who had surpassed the law manifestation realm. For the people in the Endless Sea region, it was an existence that couldn't be offended. Moreover, Nye Feibai was probably a disciple of a top giant even in the Southern Sea region. This kind of giant could easily destroy a medium-sized sea region without any pressure. Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid because he didn't have a foothold. He was a loner. If he encountered any trouble, he could just leave. Although he might lack the support of the higher-ups of the sect or family, he didn't have to worry about their revenge. It was hard to say whether they could find him or not. What was there to be afraid of? However, this person actually dared to kill Nye Feibai. What did this mean? Either his brain was stuck in the door, and he planned to fight against the Southern Sea region, or he was already prepared to kill him. Right now, there were only Yi Shiwen and Hao Tsang left. If one of them died, then this secret would remain a secret forever. As long as they didn't say anything, then no one would know. It had to be said that Hao Tsang was more calculative than his appearance. In Yi Shiwen's opinion, Lin Fenghua was already a scheming and black-bellied person. However, although Lin Fenghua seemed to have disguised himself well, he couldn't escape Yi Shiwen's eyes. On the contrary, Hao Tsang had always been tyrannical and cruel. So, Yi Shiwen had neglected his scheming. Perhaps he was even more scheming than Lin Fenghua. In this world that was full of unimaginable dangers, how could he have suppressed Lin Fenghua's wily and circumspect subordinate if he was merely an uncouth man? It looked like he had underestimated the people of the world. I didn't expect you to actually kill him. Aren't you afraid that the experts of the Southern Sea region will find trouble with you? Yi Shiwen indifferently said. The more powerful a colossus was, the more they would protect their own people. This was the same everywhere. because if they did not protect their own people, then how could they have the cohesiveness of the sects, let alone make them die for the sections? At the level of the Super Sea region, the overlords were completely different from the vanishing, shadow, poisonous crocodile clan in the flourished Cloud Sea region. In the Super Sea region, the overlords were all sects and forces, not just a single sea race clan, just like many human clans. A clan, even if there were experts and geniuses, how many people could there be? In fact, there weren't many, especially when compared to the entire world. It was even more insignificant. Compared to the family clans, the sect had a natural advantage. Therefore, in the Super Sea region, the majority of the overlords were sections. Of course, not all of them were like this. There were also some races with extraordinary talents. They existed and dominated the world with their entire race. For example, the legendary dragon race lived on Dragon Island. There was also the legendary phoenix in the ancient Phoenix domain. They were all different. Now that Nya Feibai's life token was broken, it wouldn't be long before those experts of the Southern Sea region would swarm over. At that time, it would be a disaster for the entire Sky Thunder Sea region. It doesn't matter. They will know soon. Nya Feibai died in your hands. At most, I was just an incompetent guard. Hao Tsong smiled at Yi Shiwen, revealing a cruel smile. For him, this kind of thing was a piece of cake. Yi Shiwen didn't deny it because, although Nya Feibai was finally killed by Hao Tsong, he wouldn't be killed by Hao Tsong so easily if Yi Shiwen didn't chase after him. It was not 100% accurate to say that Nya Feibai died in Yi Shiwen's hands, but it was not an exaggeration. Yi Shiwen didn't intend to deny it. Isn't he your partner? Why is there an internal conflict? Yi Shiwen just asked faintly. He seemed to have regarded Yi Shiwen as a dead man. Even after seeing Yi Shiwen's combat power just now, he still thought so. Was there anything to avoid in front of a dead man? At least, Yi Shiwen didn't think so. It's because of that bitch. He tried to encroach on that bitch. However, that bitch is mine. She's my dual cultivation furnace. Who does he think he is? He actually dared to encroach on my things. Hao Tsong said somewhat cruelly. He was slightly agitated when he mentioned Yi Qianqian. However, I still have to thank you for this. I thought that you and that bitch had been killed by that blood beast. In the end, you're still alive and well. You won't be able to understand this feeling of regaining what you lost. Yi Shiwen only understood now. It turned out that he had fallen out because of Yi Qianqian. It wasn't that Yi Shiwen didn't know that Yi Qianqian possessed the Nine origin body. It was just that he didn't care much about it. However, although he didn't care much about it, it was obvious that there weren't only one or two people who cared about it. Even Hao Tsong, who was a scheming, and ambitious person who knew how to endure, didn't hesitate to fall out with Nya Feibai because of Yi Qianqian. It could be seen that the Nine origin body was a great temptation for them. In other words, it was an opportunity for them to improve quickly. For them, it was extremely important. The two of them were conversing like two old friends. It seemed as if they didn't care about the bloody scene in front of them. The two of them weren't enemies, but two best friends. However, the vigilance in the hearts of the two of them had never been reduced. It might be good to regain what you lost. However, if you lose it again after gaining it, then it wouldn't be so wonderful, would it? Yi Shiwen faintly smiled. Hao Tsong's words had given him some inspiration. In fact, it was a huge inspiration on how to deal with this matter. He didn't care about what the people of the Southern Sea region thought because he didn't have a foothold. At worst, he could just leave. As long as he was careful, he would be able to avoid it. However, he would still have to face the pursuit of the experts of the Southern Sea region. However, it was different now. In other words, if Hao Tsong died, then this crime would fall on Hao Tsong's head. Yi Shiwen would be able to escape smoothly. No one would know of his existence. Even if the people of the Sky Thunder Sea region knew that they had come out, they would only know that they had come to hunt for blood beasts. They wouldn't know of the existence of the two of them. They could completely escape smoothly. This idea was exactly the same as Hao Tsong's. However, they were completely in the dark. Therefore, they didn't need to worry too much. After hearing Yi Shiwen's words, Hao Tsang's expression immediately turned cold. All right, those people of the Southern Sea region will soon receive the news and come over. I still have to hurry to set up the scene. Therefore, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. You are still so calm now. It's probably because you think that you are invincible after killing Nye Feibai. Let me tell you, I am not trash like Nye Feibai. Half a year ago, you were crushed by me and had to flee. Half a year later, it will be the same. Hao Tsang didn't have the patience to continue talking to Yi Shiwen like this. The inner yuan on his body began to surge, and all the yuan qi of the universe began to faintly show signs of forming a world. This was the fundamental sign of an expert who was about to reach the transcendence realm. This was enough to prove that, in terms of strength, Hao Tsang had indeed improved by leaps and bounds compared to half a year ago. Even Nye Feibai would not be a match for him. If it wasn't for the Southern Sea behind him, he would not need to be so submissive, and he would be able to stand above everyone else. Yi Shiwen's expression also changed slightly. It wasn't because he was afraid. It was because he didn't expect that Hao Tsang's cultivation had actually grown to such a level. Compared to half a year ago, there was a huge improvement. It could even be said that there was no comparison between the two. Your cultivation has actually reached such a level. No wonder you dared to watch and didn't make a move just now. You were planning to be the fisherman to profit from the fight. You really have some skills. Yi Shiwen's expression became slightly dignified as he said, Have you also seen through my intention? However, it's useless. In the face of true strength, all schemes and tricks are useless. Whether the sandpiper and the clam will profit from the fight or not, it all depends on my powerful strength. With this slut as my furnace, my cultivation will soon reach the law manifestation realm. At that time, I will be a real big shot. Even if the people of the Southern Sea region suspect me, they won't dare to touch me easily. Hao Tsang said insolently. It seemed as if the outcome had already been decided. You're right. In the face of true strength, all schemes and tricks are useless. However, it's a pity that I don't think that you're the party with absolute strength. Yi Shiwen sneered as he said. Yi Shiwen didn't plan to continue talking with him. He was right. After Nye Feibai's life plate shattered, the people of the Southern Sea region would soon receive the news. A disciple who could possess a life plate would probably have a very important position in the entire Southern Sea region. Moreover, when he heard Nye Feibai mention his brother, he felt a sense of crisis shrouding his heart. Swish! Yi Shiwen made his move. Chapter 1069. Perhaps you've concealed your strength, and that's enough for you to reap the benefits. However, do you think that's my true strength? Yi Shiwen sneered. His sword light shot out like a bullet. Its speed was incomparably fast, and it enveloped Hao Tsang in an instant. A tyrannical aura swept out in an instant, and the outline of law talismans appeared in the sky. It was Yi Shiwen's understanding of Tao. Hao Tsang was indeed a strong opponent. Therefore, Yi Shiwen used a more powerful strength than the one he used against Nye Feibai. The aura on his body was more tyrannical than before. The sword light weaved a sword net in midair, and it enveloped Hao Tsang. Yi Shiwen didn't flinch even when facing Hao Tsang's tyrannical strength. This sword directly slashed through the heaven and earth. Countless blood qi was stirred up, and it began to roll crazily like boiling water. Numerous cracks also appeared in the sky. It was the scene of the blood qi collapsing, and it looked exceptionally terrifying. How can he be so strong? At this time, even Hao Tsang's complexion suddenly changed. Initially, he had thought that Yi Shiwen was only capable of defeating Nye Feibai. In fact, it was nothing. However, when Yi Shiwen truly attacked, he discovered that he seemed to be somewhat wrong. Yi Shiwen's strength had far exceeded his estimation. He was extremely tyrannical. Facing this sword, he didn't choose to face it head-on. He directly stepped on lightning and dodged the dense sword light. Boom! 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 The sword chi slashed down on the ground and set off a dense explosion sound. The sound lingered in the ears and shook in all directions. At this time, both of them had some misgivings because the people from the Southern Sea region were about to arrive. In other words, they didn't have much time left. They didn't know when those experts from the Southern Sea region would arrive, and they couldn't afford to delay for even a moment. He looked up to the sky and waved his hand. Suddenly, countless clouds condensed in the sky from nothingness. In just an instant, those clouds began to turn into dark clouds. Countless lightning began to strike down and fell on the ground, forming a sea of lightning. The crazy lightning snakes began to devour everything in this world. Because he saw that Yi Qianqian was protected by Yi Shiwen's Tianyuan mirror, so he could fight without worrying about hurting Yi Qianqian. After all, he had already decided to use her as a cultivation furnace. He grabbed out with his hand and grabbed countless bolts of lightning. These bolts of lightning twined around his fist. All of a sudden, a terrifying fist force tore apart the blood chi. It twisted and turned into a terrifying lightning beast. This lightning beast contained countless of his understanding of fist arts. This was the rhythm of wanting to beat him to death with one punch, not giving him any chance to breathe. Fighting with me? I'll kill you. At this moment, Hao Tsang roared out cruelly, revealing his brutal nature. No matter how cunning he was, his brutal nature was also true. His fist was covered with runes that looked abnormally simple and mysterious. After the lightning was absorbed by these runes, it was instantly transformed into a terrifying fist energy. This was a fist energy that he controlled with the lightning attribute. That huge thunder beast roared. Everything began to boil amidst the countless electric sparks and directly bombarded into Yi Shiwen's body. Boom! Countless lightning power actually bombarded into Yi Shiwen's body, and in his body it was divided into countless lightning atoms. It actually wanted to severely injure Yi Shiwen's body and destroy his meridians. The storm-like attacks bombarded into Yi Shiwen's body. It was like a huge lightning current that suddenly crashed into him. Seeing Yi Shiwen being bombarded by this fist, even Yi Qianqian, who was in the Tianyuan mirror, suddenly trembled. Although she knew that Yi Shiwen was very strong, she didn't know how strong he was. Moreover, no matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? How could he be compared with Hao Tsang, who was about to enter the law manifestation realm? Let's see if you can still survive this. Hao Tsang sneered and said, "That's all. Hao Tsang, is this all you can do?" In the torrent of lightning, Yi Shiwen was not easily knocked down. On the contrary, his body seemed to be absorbing the energy of these lightning. Not only did these fists and lightning fail to injure him, but they also seemed to have become a great supplement for him. It was unknown how much power of thunder and lightning was contained in his body. He could even absorb the power of thunder and lightning from the heavenly tribulation and use it to temper his body, let alone this level of thunder and lightning. What's going on? Hao Tsang was a little shocked. He didn't expect that his fist not only failed to injure Yi Shiwen, but it also became a great supplement for Yi Shiwen. He suddenly panicked. If his attack couldn't hurt Yi Shiwen, then there was no chance of winning if this continued. However, he didn't know that it was not that his fist couldn't hurt Yi Shiwen. Those fist forces couldn't hurt Yi Shiwen at all. After the Phoenix regeneration technique healed the slight injuries, they couldn't be seen at all. Yi Shiwen could maintain his peak state at all times. How could he be killed so easily? The current Yi Shiwen had already entered the Transcendent Realm 9th level peak. He was just a step away from entering the half-step law manifestation realm. His strength was no longer the same as before. How could he be killed with one punch? If it were the Yi Shiwen half a year ago, he might be severely injured with one punch. If he were to forcefully resist, he might not be able to withstand many moves before dying. However, the current situation was different. You want me to surrender with just this kind of strength? Yi Shiwen sneered with a bit of disdain. A larger, sword light burst out from his hand. After experiencing it once, he would never let it happen again. The world seemed to have fallen into sorrow. Countless sword lights began to fill the entire world as if to destroy the world. Destroying this civilization was an even more destructive power than the lightning power that Hao Tsang had displayed previously. It was born purely for the sake of destruction. Destruction, destruction, and destruction. The sword lights condensed together and directly turned into a giant sword. It fell from the sky. What swordsmanship is this? There was a slight change in Hao Tsang's expression. However, there was no time for him to think too much at this moment. He immediately blasted out a punch. The power of countless thunder and lightning accompanied it. It turned into a thunder dragon and blasted out. Boom! 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 Loud explosions could be heard everywhere. The battle between the two caused the entire world to explode. It was as if there was no place that didn't collide. Yi Shiwen's sword momentum could be said to be powerful and heavy. When Hao Tsang faced Yi Shiwen, he could only retreat step by step. Facing Yi Shiwen, who wasn't afraid of his thunder and lightning, he had lost his biggest reliance. He was extremely sullen and helpless in this fight. Damn it! Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Hao Tsang roared again and again. The aura on his body condensed, forming circles of energy waves that swept out. His figure instantly leaped out like lightning. He attacked in front of Yi Shiwen and launched a counterattack. It was because he knew very well that he couldn't let Yi Shiwen continue like this. Yi Shiwen's fighting style was completely dependent on his imposing manner. The stronger his imposing manner was, the more powerful his moves would be. And if Yi Shiwen continued to attack like this, his imposing manner would become more and more terrifying. In this case, it would become more and more difficult to fight against him in the later stages. At this time, the only way was to suppress all of his imposing manner. A huge virtual shadow of thunder and lightning appeared behind him. It was a terrifying and great godlike existence. It joined hands with Hao Tsang and pounced towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. Yi Shiwen, you'd better surrender. It's impossible for you to be my opponent. Hao Tsang shouted while attacking Yi Shiwen. You're destined to become my scapegoat. With just you, you want me to surrender? Are you stupid? Yi Shiwen shouted coldly. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're qualified to make me surrender? The sword light in his hand suddenly pierced through the sky and attacked Hao Tsang. He didn't give Hao Tsang any chance to catch his breath. Heavenly thunder explosion. Hao Tsang immediately shouted in order to resist the long sword that was rushing towards him. Then the countless lightning power in the sky condensed together and exploded crazily. The aftermath of the explosion swept out in circles and rushed directly towards Yi Shiwen. These thunderbolts were the most vigorous and extreme yang energy in the world. Therefore, they were extremely violent. After the self-detonation, the huge amount of energy accumulated inside exploded in an instant. A large amount of blood energy collapsed in midair and directly bombarded in front of Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen raised his hand and slashed again. The sword light directly protected him. The lightning that exploded in the west had no way to get close to him. However, it was obvious that Hao Tsang's attack had only just begun. Under his control, those lightning powers suddenly transformed into thousands of lightning soldiers. All of them began to rush towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen stepped on the ground, and countless sword auras splashed out from his body. These sword auras shot out in all directions. The lightning army roared and exploded into pure lightning energy after coming into contact with the sword auras. Go to hell! At this time, Hao Tsang, who had been directing the lightning attacks all along, finally made his move. His fist blasted through the vast sky and arrived in front of Yi Shiwen in an instant. The terrifying fist energy made Yi Shiwen's clothes flutter in the wind. It seemed as if he wanted to blow Yi Shiwen up with just one punch. Chapter 1070. He had already run out of patience. Behind him, a huge shadow of a thunder giant flashed and appeared in his sea of thunder and lightning. Yi Shiwen's complexion was the same as usual. On his body, masses of golden divinities swept out, as if there were gods singing Sanskrit in it. The power of thunder and lightning couldn't do anything to Yi Shiwen. For an ordinary warrior, the power of thunder and lightning would explode in an instant if they were to absorb even a little bit of it. It was very difficult to deal with. However, it was very easy to deal with for Yi Shiwen. No matter how difficult it was to deal with, could it compare to the terrifying sea of thunder and lightning during the heavenly tribulation? Compared to the heavenly tribulation, which could transform into ancient giant beasts, these electric snakes were simply drizzling. Yi Shiwen didn't make any superfluous movements. He merely brandished his sword. However, it didn't seem like it had great power. "You are no match for me," Yi Shiwen said faintly. Under Yi Shiwen's attacks, Hao Tsang, who was supposed to display his invincible might, was somewhat bitter and speechless. He used his full strength, but it was very difficult to deal with Yi Shiwen. He didn't want the battle to continue in this stalemate. However, Yi Shiwen was also starting to feel dissatisfied with the stalemate. He didn't know how long it would take for the experts of the Southern Sea region to arrive. He couldn't continue to delay like this for even a minute. "Your domain is only SOSO. Now I'll let you see my domain. You'll know that your understanding of thunder and lightning is simply a joke." Yi Shiwen didn't say much. A pair of wind and thunder wings suddenly appeared behind him. With a sudden flap, endless power of wind and thunder swept out. The radius of 100 miles instantly turned into a wind and thunder domain. Hao Tsang's thunder and lightning domain was simply too weak in front of Yi Shiwen's domain. It could only be continuously engulfed. It was simply nothing. In front of Yi Shiwen's power of wind and thunder, Hao Tsang's law of thunder and lightning seemed so vulnerable. Hao Tsang had been practicing thunder techniques since he was a child. In fact, he had been practicing them for a much longer time than Yi Shiwen. Moreover, he was also a world-shaking genius. In fact, many old fogies' comprehension of thunder techniques was far inferior to his. However, he was unlucky to have encountered Yi Shiwen. If it was an expert who had surpassed the law manifestation realm or a top expert in the law manifestation realm, perhaps their understanding of the thunder dharma might surpass Yi Shiwen. After all, his realm was not even in the law manifestation realm. However, in terms of the same realm, or even several realms higher than him, they were no match for him. After all, not everyone was like him, possessing a mysterious space that could deduce everything he could comprehend at his realm to the extreme. He could even deduce things that he couldn't comprehend at his current level. However, the higher the level, the more spiritual qi he would need. In fact, if he didn't have the restriction of spiritual qi, he could surpass the law manifestation realm in a short period of time and break through all the way. He didn't need to worry about anything else. In this thunder and lightning domain, he was the incarnation of the thunder god. All the thunder and lightning in the world couldn't dominate in front of him. His sword light completely broke through Hao Tsang's fist energy. The thunder and lightning were instantly absorbed and transformed. It was as if he wasn't worried about the consequences of the thunder and lightning on his body. He was truly fearless. "Impossible! How can you be so terrifying?" Hao Tsang began to panic at this time. He finally understood how terrifying it was to encounter a guy who could completely restrain himself. However, this was basically impossible to encounter. Thunder and lightning itself were the orthodox of the world. It was the nemesis of everything in the world. It was a tool used by the heavens to carry out heavenly punishment. It could be said that there was no power that could restrain the law of thunder. However, Yi Shiwen was an exception. Although he couldn't restrain the power of thunder and lightning, he could absorb the energy of the thunder and transform it into his own energy. This was the most terrifying thing, an ability that was even more terrifying than his tyrant body. Hao Tsang still couldn't believe it. He was a dignified expert of the late stage of the law manifestation realm. He was just a little bit away from stepping into the law manifestation realm. However, he was defeated by Yi Shiwen again and again. At this time, he finally understood what Nye Feibai felt previously, the feeling of being unable to deal with an opponent who was getting stronger and stronger. I can't accept this. My thunder technique is enough to restrain all the laws in the world. No one can restrain my law of thunder. Hao Tsang bellowed out and roared out. Boundless true energy burst forth. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky began to descend crazily. These thunder and lightning engulfed each other in midair and became bigger and bigger. Even when they were about to strike Yi Shiwen's body, Yi Shiwen moved. The sword light tore the sky. Those thunder dragons couldn't even enter Yi Shiwen's body and dissipated. They turned into pure thunder and lightning energy and were engulfed by his domain. In turn, it increased Yi Shiwen's strength. 3 swords in one. Yi Shiwen shouted, and the long sword in his hand slashed 3 times. Burial sword, burial sword, burial sword. These 3 swords began to gather in Yi Shiwen's hand. More than 1/10 of the qi in his body was instantly extracted. It was almost as if the qi in his body was instantly sucked dry. Countless sword lights began to split from the 3 swords and shook the sky. In an instant, they condensed together and formed a long sword. Then it shot out. When Hao Tsang saw this scene, his scalp went numb. He had never seen such a terrifying sword cultivator. Those sword cultivators that he had seen in the past were nothing in his eyes. Boom! The long sword instantly cut through the vast sky, and before he could even react, the long sword had already pierced through his body. His upright body began to crumble inch by inch, and his spine was instantly broken. Yi Shiwen's sword ki was even more terrifying than he had imagined. However, this sword still couldn't kill Hao Tsang. Although he was seriously injured, he obviously hadn't died yet. It was just that compared to his previous majestic appearance, he was like a stray dog at this time. And now, Yi Shiwen only had less than half of the qi left in his body. Hao Tsang was definitely the most powerful opponent that he had ever encountered. However, he wasn't the most tenacious opponent that he had encountered. Neither was he the most dangerous opponent that he had encountered. But even so, the consumption of more than half of the qi was enough to prove Hao Tsang's strength. Compared to Hao Tsang, Nye Feibai was really far behind. However, this was the end of it. There seemed to be stars being born and destroyed in Yi Shiwen's eyes. It was like a cold and desolate universe. It was bottomless. At this time, he spread out his big hand, and a mass of resentment leaped onto it. Countless blood qi in the surroundings gathered crazily on his palm under a mysterious suction force. A huge demon qi bomb was formed in an instant. Shwa! Yi Shiwen suddenly exerted force on his right arm. Suddenly, this huge demon qi bomb instantly tore the sky apart and bombarded Hao Tsang, who had already suffered serious injuries. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose up from his body. The terrifying power tore his body into pieces and rapidly minced his soul to pieces. He could not be any more dead than he was. The qi in Yi Shiwen's body was reduced by more than 1/5. Although he still had considerable battle power, he wasn't in his peak condition. However, Yi Shiwen couldn't care so much at this time. He didn't know when the people from the Southern Sea region would come. Time didn't allow him to continue waiting. He quickly cleaned up the entire battlefield. These people were really rich. They were all high and mighty people in their respective sea regions. Just from Hao Tsang's body, Yi Shiwen had obtained more than 20 million bloodstones and 300 million spirit crystals. His wealth that he had accumulated over the years had now fallen into Yi Shiwen's hands. Apart from Hao Tsang, the wealth of those experts from the Southern Sea region, Nye Feibai and the others had also fallen into Yi Shiwen's hands. In total, there were 40 million bloodstones and 3 billion spirit crystals. In addition to Hao Tsang's wealth, Yi Shiwen had obtained more than 60 million bloodstones and won 6 billion spirit crystals from killing these people. There were also countless other heavenly treasures. Even Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, killing was the fastest way to accumulate wealth. It was no wonder that so many people liked to kill. It was the fastest way to accumulate wealth. Continuous killing, accumulation of wealth, and rapid enhancement of one's own strength. Then, one could go on to kill stronger opponents. This was really a fascinating and rapid way to increase one's strength. Yi Shiwen sighed. However, this kind of thinking had never entered his heart. He was very clear about what he wanted. It was something that he absolutely couldn't touch. Although this path could make rapid progress, it was easy to get lost in it. When that time came, he would become a puppet of his desires. This was what ordinary people would call having an inner demon. Having an inner demon was the most frightening thing. No matter how far one walked, no matter how high one climbed, there would always be a day when one's inner demon would break out. Once it broke out, it might even be fatal. This was the reason why Yi Shiwen felt that it was undesirable. Yi Shiwen hastily arranged the scene. He didn't have time to deal with it. The corpses of those experts from the southern sea region were here. As for Hao Tsang's corpse, it had already been blown up by him. He had also taken it away and absorbed by the Tianyuan mirror. There was no need to hide anything else. Although Nye Feibai's death was related to him, wasn't it Hao Tsang who had killed him in the end? That was enough. It didn't matter what else it was. Therefore, he didn't even clean up Nye Feibai's corpse. He believed that those experts from the southern sea region would be able to easily determine it when they arrived. Yi Shiwen left the scene in a hurry after arranging everything a little. Chapter 1071. In less than half a day after Yi Shiwen left the scene, a group of people rushed to the scene with unparalleled, terrifying auras. Every one of them had a terrifying aura. The man who was leading the group was somewhat similar to Nye Feibai. At this time, when he saw his younger brother's corpse on the ground, his face revealed a somewhat painful expression. "Find out what's going on," said the man who was somewhat similar to Nye Feibai coldly. He had watched his younger brother grow up, and now he actually died here. For him, there was nothing more painful than this. Due to the aftermath of the battle, Yi Shiwen, Nye Feibai, and Hao Tsang were terrifying experts who were half a step into the late stage of the law manifestation realm. Even the aftermath of the battle was enough to deter the blood fiends from approaching them. Hence, the scene was still maintained very well. It was the same as what Yi Shiwen had arranged previously. No matter who dares to kill my dearest younger brother, I will definitely let you die without a burial place. Very quickly, a report arrived in his hands. The one who had invited Nye Feibai here was Hao Tsang, who had not been present at the scene. In addition, Nye Feibai's final attack had also been verified. He had indeed died under Hao Tsang's famous consummate technique. All the spearheads were pointed at Hao Tsang, who had disappeared at this time. Although there were still some doubts, all of this was no longer important. Who would care about this? Good. Despicable guy. How dare you attack my younger brother? The man who was somewhat similar to Nye Feibai roared in a low voice. He led the experts of the southern sea region and quickly flew towards the Sky Thunder Sea region. On this day, the entire Sky Thunder City flowed like a river of blood. Tens of thousands of experts in the Sky Thunder City, whether they were experts of the Sky Thunder Sea region or not, were all killed. The furious southern sea region quickly massacred the entire Sky Thunder City. There were corpses and blood everywhere. The entire Sky Thunder City became a living hell. Soon, there was no one guarding the Sky Thunder City. Because of the countless corpses and blood left behind, countless blood fiends quickly occupied the Sky Thunder City. Soon, it was submerged in countless blood fiends, and it became another blood fiend's nest. It was even said that there were terrifying blood fiends in the law manifestation realm. The rage of a super sea region had shaken the entire blood world. Because of the death of an important disciple of the Southern Sea region, Sky Thunder City had turned into a living hell. As for the evidence, was it important? No one cared about the evidence anymore. This matter quickly became a hot topic among the experts of the various clans in the blood world. However, even those who had gone out to deal with some matters and managed to escape the calamity, regardless of whether they were experts from the Sky Lightning Sea region or experts from other sea regions, none of them dared to cause trouble for the Southern Sea region. That was because the Southern Sea region was an opponent that they could not defeat. Thus, everyone targeted the experts of the Sky Lightning Sea region. That was because the Southern Sea region had announced to the public that the experts of the Southern Sea region had died at the hands of the Sky Lightning Sea region's Haotsong. This was the main reason why the Southern Sea region had massacred the Sky Lightning City. After being targeted and encircled by these sea regions, the Sky Lightning Sea region, which was originally a majestic and powerful top-notch mid-sized sea region, quickly became a name in history. Even if there were some survivors, they would definitely not dare to call themselves experts of the Sky Lightning Sea region. Even some martial arts experts who practiced thunder techniques had to be careful at this time. That was because it was very likely that they would be killed by others just like that. Facing the enraged Southern Sea region, they had to be extremely cautious. Even though they weren't from the Sky Lightning Sea region, if they were careless and ended up being killed by someone from the Sky Lightning Sea region, who would they cry to? However, all of this had nothing to do with Yi Shiwen. That was because he was currently in closed-door training. This time around, his fight with Haotsong had exposed some of the problems that he had previously exposed even more. If he had not relied on his tyrannical strength to kill Haotsong in the end, then the problems would have been really big. His buried sword secret art was already somewhat unable to keep up with Yi Shiwen's current battle. Previously, Yi Shiwen had always wanted to create a new sword move so that the buried sword secret art could keep up with his battle rhythm. Just like the 3 swords in one, Yi Shiwen could only be said to have developed half of this move. It was not complete at all. It was merely an embryonic form. However, apart from the move, living with the heavens and earth, its power was more than doubled. Even so, it was not able to kill Haotsong previously. It could be seen that the power of this move still needed to be strengthened. Yi Shiwen's goal in this closed-door training was to completely deduce the 3 swords in one technique. He had the help of the mysterious space, so he was much stronger than an average person. So, it wouldn't be a problem as long as he was willing to spend spirit crystals. However, was spirit crystals a problem now? Of course, it was not a problem. He had just seized a huge amount of spirit crystals. Now, it could be said that he had become rich overnight. When it came to spending spirit crystals, he was very extravagant. He was completely unscrupulous. In a mountain forest, a figure was constantly waving an iron sword. The iron sword was flying across the sky. There was no excess real elemental energy. It seemed as if it was constantly waving. Only the sword light that occasionally spurted out from the tip of the sword would make people tremble with fear. Yi Shiwen closed his eyes and calmly felt the sword weigh. The mysterious space inside his body was constantly deducing the essence of the 3 swords in one and imprinting it into his spirit. This allowed him to quickly master it. He did not need to go through the process of learning it. This could save him a lot of time. Even the sword moves of the iron sword were not following any pattern. If it was seen by an outsider, perhaps they would think that he was simply waving randomly. There was no pattern at all. It was messy and disorderly. However, only the people who truly understood the sword could understand that Yi Shiwen's seemingly irregular sword moves contained the trajectory of the sword way. Yi Shiwen's understanding of the sword was contained in these messy and disorderly sword moves. The buried sword secrets focused more on the meaning and not on the form. In fact, as the martial arts developed further, the sword moves became more and more simplified. For example, Many Hoteon-level martial arts often had dozens of sword moves, such as 81 moves, 72 moves, 49 moves, and so on. As the martial arts developed further, these sword moves also became more and more simple. There were fewer and fewer sword moves, but the might of these sword moves became more and more powerful. As the sword moves became more and more simple, they became more and more similar to the trajectory of the Great Way. According to the legends, those masters would attack each other. Those sword moves seemed to be sword moves, but in fact, they were attacks of the Great Way level. They bombarded each other with their own understanding of the Great Way. In other words, they weren't attacking by themselves. Instead, they were attacking with the help of the power of the Great Way. For Yi Shiwen, that kind of realm was still a realm that he didn't even dare to think about. However, this didn't prevent him from working hard in this direction. The buried sword secrets itself was a very simplified technique. There were a total of 4 sword moves. It could be said that it had reached a certain level of simplification. If he wanted to simplify it again and turn it into a sword move, it wasn't something that the current Yi Shiwen could do. It was useless even if he added the mysterious space. Even if he could do it, the price would be unbearable for Yi Shiwen. Therefore, Yi Shiwen didn't intend to simplify the buried sword secrets. On the contrary, he wanted to strengthen the buried sword secrets. He wanted to upgrade the buried sword secrets to the earth level in one go. In this way, Yi Shiwen would be able to use it with ease. Even in the law manifestation realm, it would have considerable power. He stayed in this mountain range for another 10 days. Only then did he finally upgrade the buried sword secrets to the earth level. Even so, he had spent a total of 500 million spirit crystals. Yi Shiwen realized that he had used up so many spirit crystals when he counted them. He suddenly felt a little distressed. He had seized a lot of spirit crystals this time. However, he was afraid that he would run out of them in less than 2 years if he continued to consume them at this rate. Many Transcendent Realm experts might not be able to consume as many spirit crystals as Yi Shiwen had consumed in 10 days. However, there was no other way. After all, he wasn't like those disciples of major forces. Every one of them had a huge sect backing them up. Sometimes the role of such a backing wasn't just to protect the weak. It also included various resources within the sect. Among these resources, martial arts resources were also a very important part. With the talent and strength he had displayed, if he was in another force, he would probably be nurtured by the higher-ups of that force very quickly. He wouldn't need to go through so much trouble to improve the quality of his cultivation technique. He only needed to say the word and there would be a large number of earth rank, heaven rank, and divine rank cultivation techniques for him to use. It was useless even if he followed Yi Mo around. Most of Yi Mo's martial arts belonged to the demon race. Yi Shiwen had a lot of demon race martial arts. However, he didn't have many other races' martial arts, especially the human race's martial arts. Unless Yi Shiwen planned to become a human demon, the martial arts that were specially developed for the demon race wouldn't be suitable for him at all. He could only wait and see when Yi Mo would occasionally recall a martial art that was suitable for him. Besides raising the quality of the burial sword technique to the earth rank, he also had to completely deduce the move of combining the 3 swords into one, which he only had a vague concept of. To him, this was even more difficult than raising the burial sword technique to the earth rank, and it required even more time and experience. Chapter 1072. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. Although he already had a few trump cards, it was better to have more of them. The more hidden, the better. Perhaps the power of a few trump cards was about the same, but in terms of stealth and surprise, the more the better. Because if the opponent didn't know about the trump cards, he wouldn't be on guard. Not far away from him, Yi Qianshan just looked at Yi Shiwen with a calm expression. However, if one looked closely at her eyes, one would find that her eyes were full of shock. She was shocked by Yi Shiwen's strength, because she saw that Yi Shiwen was actually improving the quality of the entire sword art. She didn't feel much about the buried sword technique because among the martial arts she knew, there were many that were more powerful than the buried sword technique. However, what really surprised her was that Yi Shiwen was actually improving the quality of a sword art. This was something that she couldn't do. Not only did it require a profound understanding of the sword art, but it also required comprehension. At the very least, one had to surpass the law manifestation realm in order to achieve such a thing. However, the person in front of her seemed to be able to achieve this with his own strength in just 10 days. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she would never believe it because it was too outrageous. Moreover, it was outrageous and exaggerated. Generally, the entire force needed to concentrate their strength and improve bit by bit in order to achieve it in hundreds of years, or even longer. However, he did it alone. Was this person really a genius? This was the only explanation that could explain why Yi Shiwen could do it. She had seen many geniuses, including many famous ones in the entire ancient Barrens continent. However, such a talent couldn't be considered a genius anymore. He could only be considered a monster. It might be hard to find a monster like this in 10,000 years, or even tens of thousands of years. All of this seemed so unbelievable, and happened right in front of her eyes. However, after watching for a long time, she still chose to close her eyes and rest. The advantage of being by Yi Shiwen's side was that she didn't have to worry about any danger. There was a sense of peace of mind. She could start to restore her strength with all her might. In these 10 days, she finally entered the legendary realm in one fell swoop. Although she was still pitifully weak in this blood world, it was already a gratifying result for her. The two didn't say anything and were both immersed in their own matters. As the two of them went into seclusion, another 20 days passed bit by bit. TSK, blood flowed like a river that day. More than half of them were killed by Niafian. One of the 4 heavenly kings of the Southern Sea region is indeed impressive. In a restaurant, many people were still talking about this issue. Even though a month had passed, this matter was still the hottest topic in the entire blood realm. There was no other reason. It was because the blood world was in dire need of such a hot topic. In the blood world, everyone's hearts were abnormally depressed. If they were not careful, they could die on the spot. Those blood beasts were their enemies. Even the young warriors of the various races were enemies that they had to be on guard against. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut. Now that there was a topic that could let everyone relax, it immediately became the topic of conversation. The destruction of a sea region was not a big topic in the blood world, especially a topic like the flourished Cloud Sea region. A sea region would be destroyed almost every few days or even a dozen days. There were many reasons for this, so it was not worth paying attention to. Even a medium-sized sea region, like the Sky Thunder Sea region, would receive news from time to time that had been destroyed. This was not surprising. However, what really made people talk about it was that this news involved the experts of the Southern Sea region. In the Endless Sea region, the 4 super sea regions were undoubtedly the best among them. In the hearts of the experts of many races, they were equivalent to the legendary martial arts Holy Land. Everything about them was a very interesting topic for them. This time, it was Niafian, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Southern Sea region, who took action. Even though they were all elites from the Endless Sea region and martial arts geniuses from various clans, they were obviously divided into different levels. Among them, Niafian was undoubtedly the top genius. This was without a doubt. What's more, this matter was so big. The entire Sky Thunder City was slaughtered, and no one was left alive. Many sea regions that were on good terms with the Sky Thunder Sea region were a little nervous. They were afraid that this matter would implicate them, which would be bad. However, that Haut Song of the Sky Thunder Sea region is simply courting death. He actually dared to attack the experts of the Southern Sea region. Isn't his brain stuck in the door? Isn't that right? I have never seen such a person before. The Southern Sea region has now issued an arrest warrant for him. They want to tear him into pieces. Unfortunately, they haven't found him yet. I don't know where he went. Not far from the martial artist who was speaking, a man and a woman were sitting in their seats. They just listened quietly and didn't say anything. The woman attracted the attention of many people, not only because of her beautiful appearance, but also because of the chain on her shoulder blade. This meant that this woman might be the slave of this man. Find him? I'm afraid we will never find him. Yi Shiwen slightly sneered. This was because no one knew better than him that Hao Tsang had died long ago. It was true that Nya Feibai had died at the hands of Hao Tsang. However, Hao Tsang had died at his hands. Therefore, they were simply wasting their time looking for a person who couldn't possibly exist. He finally came out of the closed-door training after 20 days. This was because he had finally deduced the 3 swords in one technique. He had forcibly deduced it in a short period of time. Therefore, the speed at which those spirit crystals were burning was simply terrifying. In just 20 days, 300 million of those spirit crystals had been burned. However, the effect was also very obvious. He had finally completed the 3 swords in one technique. This strength had made a huge breakthrough compared to the past. If it had been in the past, perhaps he would have been able to pierce through Hao Tsang with his sword. He wouldn't have needed to add a punch to kill Hao Tsang. He had upgraded the buried sword secret art to the earth level. He had also completely deduced the 3 swords in one technique. He was now in a good mood. Therefore, he set off again. After entering this small town, he went to a restaurant. However, he didn't expect that they would still be discussing this issue. The only 2 people who knew the truth were Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianshan. However, the 2 of them wouldn't take the initiative to say it. Therefore, this was destined to be a hidden secret. At this time, Yi Qianshan's brows slightly wrinkled. This was because she felt that there were a few lascivious gazes staring at her without concealing it. Yi Shiwen also seemed to be aware of Yi Qianshan's problem. He followed her gaze and saw a young man in a luxurious robe and several young expert disciples staring at Yi Qianshan. Yi Shiwen could sense the unhappiness in Yi Qianshan's heart. If she was still in her peak state, perhaps she would have already attacked them. Let's go, Yi Qianshan faintly said. These people's gazes made her very uncomfortable. She also felt a bit disgusted in her heart. In the past, no one had dared to look at her like this, no matter where she went. No, wait for me. At this time, Yi Shiwen stood up and walked in front of the table of people. In the entire restaurant, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Everyone noticed Yi Shiwen's actions. They didn't know what he was going to do. So at this time, they paid special attention to him. Boy, what are you doing? Do you want to die? Why don't you get out of here? At this time, several young experts roared one after another. Yi Shiwen's actions were seen as a provocation to them. At this time, they suddenly felt humiliated and roared one after another. Boy, you are lucky today to meet this young master. As long as you are willing to give that slave girl to me, then you can ask for anything you want. The young man in the luxurious robe pointed at Yi Shiwen and said. His face was slightly pale, and it seemed as if his body had been hollowed out. This was also rare among these warriors, because there were even many warriors who, in order to achieve the best cultivation results, were still in the body of a child. Even if many people had a partner, it was for the sake of dual cultivation. Pure lecherous people were rare. In their eyes, Yi Qianshan must be Yi Shiwen's female slave. Otherwise, her scapula would not have been locked. However, he didn't come for the Ninein origin body. In order to avoid trouble, Yi Shiwen had personally concealed the aura of the Ninein origin body for Yi Qianshan. This young man in the luxurious robe was only coveting Yi Qianshan's beauty. In his opinion, this condition was generous enough. He could ask for anything he wanted. Such conditions were naturally extremely superior for many warriors. As for the female slave and so on, it was not important at all. As long as one had money, they could buy any female slave. There were many beautiful female slaves of various races that they could choose from. Therefore, he said this with full confidence. He felt that this was Yi Shiwen's luck. Many eyes swept over here. Many young warriors also secretly swallowed their saliva. They were somewhat envious of Yi Shiwen. They didn't know where he got such a high-quality female slave. If Yi Qianqian's scapula was not locked at this time, then they probably wouldn't dare to look at her so unscrupulously. After all, most of the people who could appear in this bloody world were female warriors with tyrannical cultivation. In this world where strength was respected, as long as one had enough strength, one could win the respect of others, regardless of gender. Has anyone told you that you are very unlucky today? Yi Shiwen said with a grin. Chapter 1073. The young man in the luxurious robe was stunned on the spot. He did not know what Yi Shiwen meant by saying this. What do you mean? For some reason, he blurted out these words. Didn't you hear me clearly? I said, is your luck bad today? Yi Shiwen said with a grin. Bastard, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? At this time, the well-dressed young master finally realized the meaning of Yi Shiwen's words. He suddenly became furious. For him, buying Yi Shiwen's female slaves was simply a kind of charity. In his eyes, it was no different from throwing a piece of spirit crystal to a beggar on the roadside. There was no difference in essence. He was still proud of his own kindness, but Yi Shiwen said so to him. So he didn't understand for a while. In his opinion, after he said so, shouldn't Yi Shiwen be grateful? However, the result was completely different. Not only did Yi Shiwen not feel grateful, but he also ridiculed him. Suddenly he was angry. For the first time, he felt that there was no reward for doing a good deed. Of course, he never considered what might be charity to him, but what others would think. Slap! A loud slap sounded. Yi Shiwen slapped the face of the young man in the luxurious robe. However, his handsome but extremely pale face was directly swollen. Everyone was knocked unconscious by this slap, including the young man in the luxurious robe. Perhaps he was used to having a smooth life, so no one had ever dared to treat him like this. However, on Yi Shiwen's side, he felt surprised again and again. When he thought he could scare Yi Shiwen, he was greeted with a big slap from Yi Shiwen. This slap completely stunned him. Bastard, how dare you! At this time, the few young men around him finally reacted and rushed towards Yi Shiwen in anger. They were all experts half a step into the transcendence realm. Everyone in the restaurant secretly raised the spiritual energy in their bodies to prevent themselves from being affected. There was still a bit of shock in their eyes. They didn't expect that there would be so many experts half a step into the transcendence realm by the side of this well-dressed man. Although it had been almost half a year, half-step law manifestation realm experts were not as rare as when they first entered the blood realm. However, it was rare to enter the half-step law manifestation realm in this short period of half a year. Most of them were already in the transcendent realm 9th level or above. Only then could they enter the half-step law manifestation realm initial in this short period of half a year. Such an expert would be considered a top-notch genius even in the various great sea domains. They would also be the geniuses nurtured by the various great powers. However, such a person had actually become the follower of this luxuriously robed young master. Who exactly was this luxuriously robed young master? He immediately cursed in his heart. This kid must have provoked an iron plate. How could a guy with so many half-step law, phase, realm experts be so easy to deal with? Pa! 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 A series of slaps resounded. The attacking half-step law manifestation realm experts only saw the sky full of palm shadows. Immediately, they felt a sharp pain rushing into their minds. Their faces were slapped swollen. Their faces were swollen like a pig's head. At this time, the luxuriously robed young master looked better. He was not as ugly as before. At this time, how could everyone not know that they had provoked an iron plate? The Transcendent Realm 9th level kid in front of them initially did not put him in their eyes. In a small or medium-sized sea domain, even a transcendent realm 9th level expert would be an expert. However, they did not take him seriously. They did not expect this transcendent realm 9th level kid to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. They could even contend against a half-step law manifestation intermediate expert if they joined forces. But now they were slapped in the face easily. Apart from the palm shadows, they did not even see how Yi Shiwen attacked. At this time, how could they not feel a chill in their hearts? They were able to survive until now. Naturally, they would not be blind. This was not their sea domain. If they died here, no one would seek justice for them. Brother, what happened just now was really a misunderstanding. We have no malicious intent. At this time, one of the half-step law manifestation realm experts came out and said with cupped hands. His words were unclear. Yi Shiwen's slap just now made their teeth loose. Their words were leaking air, and their faces were swollen like a pig's head. However, they had no choice but to stand up. They knew very well that Yi Shiwen held back. Otherwise, they would not just be swollen like a pig's head. At this time, the well-dressed man seemed to have finally realized this. He did not continue to clamor, but lowered his head. If someone could see his eyes, they would see that he wanted to devour someone. He had never been humiliated like this since he was a child. For him, this was the most humiliating thing in his life. But at this time he was also very clear that he was definitely not Yi Shiwen's opponent. Revenge was also a matter for the future, but if he provoked Yi Shiwen now, then it would be really bad, and he might die on the spot. Yi Shiwen glanced at them without any malicious intent. Do they think I am a fool? If he were just an ordinary transcendent realm 9th level warrior, Yi Qianqian would have been snatched away by now. In this world, only strength could determine everything. The so-called justice and reason were all fleeting clouds. He just sneered, but he did not intend to continue to pursue the matter. After all, it was just a small quarrel. When you have time, go out and look at the almanac. Some thoughts should not be stirred up. Some people you can't afford to offend. Yi Shiwen's voice still echoed throughout the entire restaurant, but he had already left the restaurant with Yi Qianqian. The well-dressed man's hands were clenched tightly. His nails had completely sunk into his flesh. He lowered his head, and his gaze was extremely malicious. Although the young experts next to him were swollen like pigs, they did not have the mind to pay attention to him at this time. Instead, they looked at the well-dressed man, but they could not say anything at this time. This luxuriously robed young master's life had always been too smooth. Because of his background, his influence, everything had always been successful. But he did not know that in the eyes of real experts, these were the most ridiculous things. Whether it was background or influence, it was only meaningful when others were afraid. If others were not afraid at all, then it was a laughable sign. At this time, only one's own strength was the only guarantee. At this time, there was a rare silence in the restaurant. Many people were thinking about Yi Shiwen's words. It seemed as if they had realized something. Some people shouldn't be provoked, and some people shouldn't be provoked. This was also their advice. Some people shouldn't be provoked, and some people could be provoked at will. However, one must have good eyesight. If one didn't have good eyesight, and eventually kicked an iron plate, then everything would serve them right. Those who could survive to the end and live the best were the most cautious ones, in addition to the strongest ones. Even if they were the heaven's pride and elite experts in the major sea regions, they had to consider how to survive most of the time. There were too many dangers in this world. There were many more monsters than them. For Yi Shiwen, this was just a small interlude. It did not affect his journey. He was still following the map and heading toward the depths of the Blood Realm. Along the way, Yi Shiwen did not deliberately rush. Instead, he headed toward the depths of the Blood Realm while figuring out how to improve his strength. Along the way, he constantly killed the blood fiends in the depths of the Blood Realm. It had to be said that the blood fiends in the depths of the Blood Realm were far more tyrannical than the blood fiends in the periphery. In the periphery of the blood realm, it was not very easy to encounter a law manifestation realm blood fiend. However, as he continued to go deeper into the blood realm, the blood fiends he encountered began to become stronger. Yi Shiwen even encountered a law manifestation realm blood fiend in the depths of a mountain. Just the terrifying aura alone was enough for Yi Shiwen to detect it from hundreds of miles away. He did not dare to approach it at all. He knew very well that he was now only one step away from the combat power of the law manifestation realm. However, this one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. Now that no one was chasing him, he did not need to choose the method to avoid it like before. However, apart from the law manifestation realm blood fiends, Yi Shiwen did not let go of the other blood fiends he encountered. There were even a few times when Yi Shiwen encountered a few extremely terrifying blood fiends at the peak of the half-step law manifestation realm. They were really close to stepping into the law manifestation realm. They could easily tear apart a group of experts at the late stage of the half-step law manifestation realm. Even Yi Shiwen had to go through a great battle to kill them. However, the benefits of doing so were also very obvious. Although Yi Shiwen's strength did not increase significantly, there was still some improvement. It seemed that he was not far from breaking through to the early stage of the half-step law manifestation realm. Yi Shiwen was not very anxious. He continued to kill the blood fiends and absorb the blood cores. What surprised Yi Shiwen the most was that the Tianyuan mirror finally began to transform after devouring the essence and blood of so many blood fiends at the half-step law manifestation realm. Yi Emo also fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it would definitely be in the ranks of the Earth-level magic tool. At that time, Diyu would be a great main force for Yi Shiwen. Yi Qianshan's strength had already crossed the legendary realm and reached the sage realm amidst all this fighting and killing. Yi Shiwen was somewhat dumbstruck by the speed of her progress. If this continued, Yi Qianshan's strength would probably return to the half-step law manifestation realm in a few years. At that time, she would not just be a burden to him. They had been trekking for a full 2 months and finally reached the location of the treasure on the map. Chapter 1074. According to the drawing on the treasure map, this should be an underground passageway. However, when the two of them arrived, they discovered that there was actually a city here. A huge city standing horizontally there. This was something that wasn't drawn on the treasure map. Perhaps this treasure map had been formed for too long, so long that this city hadn't even appeared yet. They were already quite close to the core area of the blood world. If they walked further in, they would reach the true core area of the blood world. Over there, the true transcendent realm blood beasts could only exist as food. The real rulers were the law manifestation realm blood beasts. There were some that even the experts didn't dare to approach. That was a cruel and vicious beast, extremely terrifying. Although it was a little different from the drawing on the map, Yi Shiwen believed that he did not make a mistake. Soon, he learned that this sea region was called the Xianyang Sea region. As the ruler of this area, the Xianyang Sea region established this Xianyang city. There were more than tens of thousands of warriors gathered in it. One could imagine how prosperous this place was. These were not ordinary people, but the best among the warriors. They were the top elites of the younger generation. With all these gathered together, one could imagine how terrifying it would be. When Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianshan entered, they attracted the attention of many people. Yi Shiwen was not surprised. There were too many transcendent realm 9th level warriors in this city. Tens of thousands of people had this cultivation. It was nothing at all. However, Yi Qianshan was still very eye-catching, especially the chain. People immediately guessed her identity. She was a female slave. Fortunately, this Xianyang Sea region was not a sea region that expelled all humans. Although it was a little strange, no one came up to say anything. They were just female slaves. These people might look like ordinary passers-by here, but in the endless sea region outside, they were all famous young geniuses. It was unknown how many slaves they had, and they were from different clans. There was nothing to see at all. Of course, it was rare to see such a female slave in this place. There were too many dangers in this blood realm, so many that they might not be able to calculate it. Most of the time, they could only take care of themselves. He soon heard a piece of news after he entered the profound young city, and that was countless experts had obtained a treasure map and had come to this place. Although the style of the treasure map was different, but all the maps pointed to this place. Originally, even if everyone obtained the treasure map, they would carefully keep it and not tell others. Hence, everyone arrived here secretly and began their own exploration. But because of an accident, two people discovered each other's treasure maps, and they both pointed to the same place. So this matter was like a pot of boiling water, suddenly becoming known to everyone. Not only that, but all the experts in the city were also discussing this matter because they didn't have any clues. All the information seemed to point to a mountain not far from here, but there was no more specific information. It seemed that all the maps were just like that. What a headache! Yi Shiwen rubbed his forehead and said with a headache. Yi Shiwen couldn't stay calm as he listened to the discussions of the people around him. At this time, even a stupid person seemed to have discovered that something was wrong. How did so many people obtain this map, and why did they rush here? Of course, more importantly, the master of the city, the experts of the Xianyangsi region, seemed to know nothing about this matter. But if even they didn't know anything about this matter, then who was related to this matter? Yi Shiwen felt a headache coming on as he thought of all the possibilities that he had to face. Yi Shiwen also smelled something unusual. Perhaps this matter wasn't that simple. I am afraid this matter isn't that simple, Yi Shiwen said with a headache. Yi Qianqian nodded and looked at Yi Shiwen with an incomprehensible meaning. Yi Shiwen naturally knew what Yi Qianqian meant. Since it was unusual, and there was a hint of conspiracy in it, then choosing not to go was the best way. No matter what kind of temptation or danger there was, as long as he didn't go, then it didn't matter. But like everyone else, Yi Shiwen's heart was full of unwillingness to give up here since he had already come here. Everyone seemed to have the same feeling. Everyone was also waiting for others to explore something. Everyone was waiting, and no one was willing to give up. Yi Qianqian didn't have any thoughts about this. Anyway, the blood world hadn't opened yet, and she couldn't go out. It was naturally the safest to follow Yi Shiwen now. However, what Yi Shiwen didn't expect was that he actually met an acquaintance here. This acquaintance was none other than Jian Wushuang, who had left the entire flourished Cloud Sea region long ago. At this time, the two sides had not seen each other for more than half a year. Compared to half a year ago, Jian Wushuang was stronger now. He had actually entered the peak of half-step, law, manifestation realm late stage. With a little bit of opportunity, he could enter the law, manifestation realm. Yi Shiwen was a little curious. He didn't know what kind of adventure he had in the past half a year. He actually improved so fast that he was almost no worse than Yi Shiwen. Previously in the flourished Cloud Sea region, Jian Wushuang was a very mysterious person. No one knew his origins. They only knew that he suddenly appeared in the flourished Cloud Sea region and was somewhat incompatible with everyone. He was even chased by the Sea Clan and finally escaped. In the past, Yi Shiwen knew that Jian Wushuang was not an ordinary person. He was completely different from the other experts in the flourished Cloud Sea region. Behind him were 3 companions, 2 men and 1 woman. Obviously, they were all companions that Jian Wushuang met during this period of time. None of them was an ordinary person. They were all experts of half-step, law, manifestation realm late stage. Even in the profound Yang city where experts were everywhere, they could be regarded as the top existence. Of course, this was under the condition that the ruler of the city, the law manifestation realm experts, did not take action. At the same time when Yi Shiwen discovered Jian Wushuang also discovered Yi Shiwen. He immediately walked over with several companions. I didn't expect to see you here. Jian Wushuang looked at Yi Shiwen with some surprise and said, Obviously, in his eyes, those people in the flourished Cloud Sea region were not the same kind of people, because they were all people with family businesses. It was impossible for them to leave so many brothers and sisters in the clan and wander around with Jian Wushuang and Yi Shiwen to pursue the peak of martial arts. Yi Shiwen might be the same kind of people as him, but the blood world was so big. It was an accident to meet them here. I'm not surprised. Although the blood world is big, to put it bluntly, it's not that big. Everyone is going to the center, so we will meet sooner or later. It's just a matter of whether it's sooner or later. Of course, the premise is that we don't die. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. In this world, there might be tens of thousands of people at the bottom, but there weren't many people at the top. The higher one went, the smaller the circle would be, and the chances of meeting others would also increase. The day one truly reached the top was the day one would be alone. Yi Shiwen understood this very well. In this blood world, everyone was rushing to the center of the blood world. As long as Jian Wushuang had the strength and was not dead, it was a matter of course to meet. You're right, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Why, Wushuang, is this your friend? At this time, among the 2 men and 1 woman behind Jian Wushuang, a middle-sized, ordinary-looking young man stepped forward and asked. Beside him there was a handsome man. It could even be said that he was quite handsome. Even after Yi Shiwen supervised handsome men and beautiful women, he had to admit that this man was indeed very handsome. Behind him, there was a little lowly who looked about 13 or 14 years old. She looked very small, but her figure was very hot. Her pair of breasts seemed to burst the entire clothes. Yi Shiwen only thought of 2 words, a child's face and big breasts. Yes, this is my friend from the flourished Cloud Sea region, Yi Shiwen. Jian Wushuang replied. These are my partners, Gao Xian, Saiku Yan, and Miao Sisi. Then, Jian Wushuang looked at Yi Qianqian. He did not know what her relationship with Yi Shiwen was. Was she a slave? It did not look like it, because Yi Qianqian and Yi Shiwen were sitting together. They looked more like a pair of friends, not the kind of relationship between a master and a servant. Yi Qianqian opened her mouth slightly and said. She seemed a bit indifferent and distant. Perhaps it was because she had always been like this and was used to it, so she was not a very enthusiastic person. Wow, big sister, you're so beautiful. The little lowly Miao Sisi exclaimed and came to Yi Qianqian's side with a face full of surprise. Although Yi Shiwen knew that Miao Sisi might be hundreds of years old, but looking at such a cute little face, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. It was as if he had returned to Earth. Only there could he see such a scene. Of course, compared to Miao Sisi's long lifespan, a few hundred years old was not even as old as a few years old for an ordinary person. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt much better when he thought about it. The incongruity of the scene immediately disappeared, and he felt much better. He looked at Yi Qianqian again. She still seemed indifferent. It was obviously unrealistic to expect her to say something like, "Little sister, you're also very beautiful," or something like that. Yi Qianqian was not cold to outsiders, except for a few words with him. However, she still maintained the appearance of 1,000 miles away. He immediately said, "Are you also here for the treasure map?" As soon as Yi Shiwen said this, Jian Wushuang and the others immediately became serious. Their state was completely different from before.